Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla crickets. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla crickets.
Good morning, good evening, good day, wherever you are in the world. It's bloody early. It's in London. Well, I'm in London. It's 4:54 in the morning. I'm not happy to be out of bed, but I am happy that England are playing, and it's their second game. We're playing at the MCG. We're playing Ireland. It's a home nations. Well, not home nations, actually. The Irish, I said that, they get very, very angry. But we're playing a local neighbour. England have won a game. Ireland have lost a game. It's the second game for both teams in the group. I am joined this morning by an Indo-Data all the way from Singapore. It's Singapore,
Hello.
Isn't it? It's not Singapore, it's Indonesia. Singapore? Can't remember now.
Singapore.
It is Singapore. Okay. We're trying to go to Singapore. The Singapore model in England didn't work for 5 weeks with Liz Truss. And I'm also joined from the West Coast, from the Thunder from down under. It's Messi Jez.
Hello. And India and I are actually on the same time zone, as are 28% of the world's population, actually.
Oh, right.
So we got the numbers.
What is the time over there? Are you 7 hours ahead of us? Or 5?
It is currently almost midday.
Okay, so yeah, she'll have 7 hours ahead of us. That's not so bad. England won the toss. They're going to have a bowl, which is the most sensible thing. It looks, I mean, apparently, according to Messi Jez, who is in Melbourne, it was raining half an hour ago. He's amazed that they've got out there and they're going to start on time.
I'm not in Melbourne. Ian Forth is in Melbourne. I'm not in Melbourne.
I know you're not in Melbourne. I said 40, didn't I? Or did I say Messi?
No.
See, it's too early in the morning. I meant 40, obviously. It looks quite hazy there. It looks like it started raining again, but it can't have done. The stadium is a massive bowl, obviously, the MCG. Looks pretty empty. The teams, we might as well give the teams before we get into it. Ireland are going to bat, and they've got Sterling, Paul Sterling, Andy Balbirnie, Lorcan Tucker, Harry Tector, Curtis Campher, George Dockrell, Gareth Delaney, Mark Adair, Fionn Hand, Barry McCarthy and Josh Little. England, I presume, are pretty much unchanged. Josh Butler, Alex Hales, Darragh Milan, Ben Stokes, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston, Sam Curran, Chris Wokes, Mark Wood and Adil Rashid. It is an unchanged side. Well, it was a crazy game here on Sunday. You were on for that because I was having a little listen, Anindo, and it was a crazy game of cricket. Let's hope for the same today, as long as it doesn't get rain affected. They can play up to a 5-over game. That's why it's sensible for England to field in these situations.
Yeah, although the 5-game thing didn't work out quite yesterday for South Africa. You would have thought they would have at least, I mean, the way Quentin de Kock was going at it, he clearly thought 5 overs, at least he would get in, but apparently not.
Yeah, well, it's a crazy situation. Is that, I mean, if you have 9 overs and then it rains, then you're stuffed. I was looking at it.
They shouldn't have allowed that match to go on. I mean, it was horrible conditions. No. I mean, there was no way Zimbabwe should have been fielding out there. I mean, it was very, very unfair.
Absolutely.
Well, it's
worth noting also, Bear, that
yeah.
the last 6 T20Is at the MCG have been won by the team batting second.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, there's a few umbrellas up now. I mean, presumably, I mean,
it'll rain on and off.
Yeah, but presumably, as in club cricket, you can't actually start even if there's drizzle. If the umpires say you can't start, I mean, you can't start in rain. You can play in a little bit of rain, presumably once it starts, depending on what the umpires say. I mean, there is a cover out.
The pitch is covered.
The pitch is covered. Yeah, they're coming out and they're doing all their stuff.
This is the bizarre thing yesterday. So they had the national anthems, then they had the toss. They announced the teams, and then they made it into a 9-over match, and nobody could change their teams. I mean, it's just a bit bizarre because if the match is shortened, you would think they would have a rule where at least you're allowed 1 change in the team or something like that, right?
It's ever been thus, you know how hard it is to change things in India.
The rules of cricket and the ICC, then the laws, not the rules. God, some people.
I'm just looking at the radar. There's a lot of little tiny showers scudding across, and we will get lots of little bits of rain today. But the good news is that there's nothing that looks substantial in terms of stopping it. So, we may get a slight shortening, but not a lot.
On your little screen, Australia looks little, and so these little showers are actually probably quite big, because Australia's big. Just saying. Although probably you're zooming in on Melbourne, so that's nonsense.
It's not a small country, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to judge Australia from Perth in terms of the whole country. It's all right there,
Anyway, I don't think you're in Australia. The rest of Australia doesn't think Perth is in Western Australia is in Australia anyway.
What is that?
Well, until it serves them, yes.
Yeah.
They were happy for us to be last night when Marcus Stoinis performed.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean,
3 years of COVID, they said you weren't there, right? Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, yesterday's game was quite intriguing. I mean, Sri Lanka looked like they were in it for a while. Hatsaranga got absolutely hammered. And Maxwell and Stoinis basically scored, 70, 80 runs between them in about 25 balls, and that was the game done.
Yeah.
And Finch was very lucky to survive. I mean, he could barely put back the ball.
It's worst 30 I've ever seen in my life.
Dropped a couple of times, which is probably...
Not even in first-class cricket do you see someone crashing around like that against T20.
And he was clearly massively frustrated with himself. It's just like, and you're the skipper.
Yeah, I felt so sorry for him.
I didn't feel sorry for him.
Yeah, but it's against your religion to feel sorry for Australians, Bear. Let's face it.
You know it. Well, they've got the anthems done. Presumably, has anyone actually got any pads on? Yeah, they have got some pads on. So maybe they are actually going to start on time.
Well, they need to take the cover off the pitch.
They're probably leaving it right till the last minute.
Yesterday, I was watching when they started play on the South Africa Zimbabwe. Literally, they just South Africa, Sri Lanka. who was that? Who am I talking about? The other day, the South Africa Zimbabwe, right?
Yeah.
And they took the cover off, and literally in 5 minutes the game started. So
yeah, I mean they should be able to do it. I mean surely that helps.
very quick.
A quick little bit of sweating underneath there for the bowlers would be nice and sweet.
There's my favorite player going to come. Just came through the Gooch version 2.0.
Who was that? Sorry,
Paul Sterling.
Sterling. Yeah, Sterling.
He's my favorite batsman in the world.
But if he gets going, you know, he's a little bit of a talisman for them, isn't he? I mean, if he gets going, then they could post a score. I mean,
he was superb against the West Indies, wasn't it?
It
says start delayed due to rain.
Okie dokie.
But I don't think it'll be for too long, to be honest. And that gives people a chance to think about their GPL picks, because there's now £261 to be won.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. Even English pounds. Well, the pound's gone up because now we've got our third Prime Minister in 6 weeks. Apparently he's quite stable. So everyone's, you know, back in the markets once more. Crazy fucking stuff.
So we got a report from Melbourne, from Mog. He says, I'm on the far side of the MCG to that from which the weather comes, but it is one of those days where there'll be a bit of... where there'll be a bunch of drizzle and shit, but probably not any huge downpours. So on and off a bit, I'd say, but probably get most of the game in.
Well, yeah, I mean, England... Well, I mean, before the game has started, I mean, this is quite crazy, really. Mind you, I suppose England have won the toss. Before the toss has started, before the game started, Ireland 9-1 and England is 16-1 on.
Oh, that's stupid.
It is a bit stupid. However,
in a T20, that's crazy.
I'm going to go under for the fall of the first wicket, obviously.
But the ICC already, the ICC website has England at 92%.
It's madness, isn't it? Without a ball bowled.
That is nuts.
That's rude to Ireland. And says nothing about the game of T20.
And I'm wearing an almost Irish T-shirt. I tried to get a green one, but this is about as green as I could get.
So what I mean, the other thing, I suppose, I would have loved to have been on with you on Sunday. I mean, that was craziness, wasn't it, at the end of that game in India?
It was madness. I unfortunately, I wasn't there at the end of the game because Tony wouldn't allow me to be there. But I was there at the beginning. But I was obviously watching it was very funny. I was watching it. I was in front of the television. There's like 7 overs to go, and I'm like, shit. I'm going to switch to something else. My wife, who never watches cricket, who never watches T20. I mean, she watches cricket a little bit, but not T20s. She's like, it's T20. They'll win. So I'm like.
Well, I mean, I was at Sunday morning football with my son, and me and there's a Kiwi guy who's into his cricket. We were both watching it on our phones, and we were both like, nah, India have done this, they've done this. And then I couldn't believe it. They bowled a spinner in the last over. I know they've run out of over somewhere else, but...
Well, I'm not sure I completely, disagree with what Babar did. And because, look... I mean, that innings at the end, which Virat Kohli played, was unbelievable. For me, it's probably the best T20 batting I have seen in very, very difficult conditions. I mean, you've seen Gale go for it, you've seen McCallum go for it, etc. But none of them were under the kind of pressure that he was at that point in time. It was just a superlative inning. But then, what Babar Azam wouldn't expect is to have Haris Rao go for 2 sixes under any circumstances at the death.
Yeah, I mean, especially the last two balls of his spell as well.
Along with Hazelwood, he's probably the best death bowler in the world today. So you just don't expect that to happen. So I think Babar just took the gamble that by the time Nawaz came into bowl in the 20th over, they'd probably need more than 30 or something, and that was never going to happen. It just backfired.
Yeah, it did. In spectacular fashion. You have to say, I mean, Cody's been getting a lot of shit for the last 2 years. Hardly scored a ton, blah, blah, blah. That was an ex-captain's innings. I mean, that was a fantastic innings to time it in such a way to get it over the line.
There's some crazy numbers out there. I mean, for Kohli, I knew he was very good at chasing. I knew he was very good against Pakistan. They're just some absolutely crazy numbers out there. I heard on a show Wasim Akram talking about it. A apparently Kohli against Pakistan spinners over the whole period of time he's been playing has an average of over 450.
Wow, that's insane.
That's absolutely insane. And he's the only player in T20 World Cups. I think he's never been dismissed or something like that in the while chasing and winning. There's some randomly crazy numbers going on.
Wow, that's quite mad. I've got to say, I didn't think it was a no ball though.
You did not think it was a no ball?
No, I didn't think it was a no ball.
No,
I think it was
well short. I
thought
thought it was about waist height when he hit it, and it's supposed to be when it hits the crease, isn't it? Even though they've changed the rules,
I think it
still
was
at the crease.
marginal. I think it was marginal. I was watching a very interesting post-game analysis on one of the Pakistan channels on YouTube. In fact, this morning, and there was fantastic, much better commentators than other than guerrilla cricket. Nobody has such commentators, right? So there was Waqar, Wasim, Shoaib Malik, Misbah ul Haq. Okay. And amazing analysis of the game. And one thing that both Waqar and Wasim said, which I completely agree with, is that it's a 50-50 call, that no ball. But two things actually. One was that the first instinct of a leg umpire, when they see something like that, is to put their hand up, because especially in and Erasmus didn't. So he was processing where the ball was going. And then I guess it occurred to him once Kohli appealed. So he said, in that scenario, you have the third umpire, you have the ability to ask. In a pressure situation like that, ask. None of them were making the judgment whether it was right or wrong, and I agree, it was very close. But I agree that they should have asked the third umpire for an opinion on that.
I thought they did. I don't know. I mean,
no.
Okay.
So can I just give you an update? Players due to start at 3:15 local time, which is in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, yeah.
Sorry, no, it's now 8 minutes away. I'd like to use the opportunity, if I may, just to bring some of our listeners in, because we still getting plenty of tweets.
Yes, go for it.
Please do. Sorry, please do.
That's all right, guys. I retweeted something earlier. The MCC, the Melbourne Cricket Club, opens their library to people coming into the ground for these matches. So I retweeted that earlier, and Perko says, well, we're sure to find the worst of cricket 1 and 2 in there. And Mog says he's actually going to try and sneak his copies in there somehow. Mog says, you had to get up at all o'clock to do the cricket whilst it's just nice and mild afternoon moment for me. Hi there, Bear.
Well, you know what? We've got all this bloody stupid air coming up from the side. It's like, this morning I came out of the house, it's about 16 degrees, 14 degrees, 15 degrees at 4 in the morning. It's like mad. It's nearly November. It's crazy over here. Climate change.
Oh, wow. Perko says, quote, wherever you are in the world, it's bloody early. It sounds rather flat earthish to me.
Well, yeah, all right. It's early for me and my brain's not working properly.
Ravi's with us. He says, hi guys, can't stay long. I have to take the cat to the vets. Good luck, England. I hope she's all right, Ravi. I know how close you and the pussycat are. Mayank says, rain has just begun as I tweet this. Some drops on the camera, and let's see if they can actually get cricket in before it gets heavy. I see the covers are right on the pitch, so that's clearly a bad sign. Yeah, well, it's going to be on and off. Jack Grover's with us. He says, morning all. I haven't slept, but I am high on life. Dreadful horror film and a wonderful sense of interior design.
Lovely.
I hope you've got some stimulants to help you with all of that. He also says, if my high on life lie gets exposed when my heart explodes, all my worldly goods are accounted for, but I want to bequeath my shower curtain to you all.
Oh, yes.
Maybe as some daft Bradman memorial.
Well, I should say we've had 15 entries to a GPL already without the game starting. So that'll be nearly 260, 275 roughly to start the game. I might extend it if they're coming on and off. There's
266 at present.
Yeah, there are umpires out there with umbrellas. They're looking at the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Which is not a good sign.
It's not a good sign, is it?
The covers are off, but the umpires have their umbrellas up.
Oh well, we'll keep going. Mayank says, has there ever been a day of cricket washed out due to drizzle that just doesn't stop?
Yes.
It can be light rain all day. I reckon that happens in England a dozen
Well,
times a year, probably.
I seem to remember a test match in Australia, in Sydney, actually, one of the Ashes.
Oh, that'd be right. Yeah.
It was the one where... No, was it against India, actually, wasn't it? It wasn't against England, because bloody David said that we should recover the last test of the India series when they won over there. And it looked like Australia were going to lose, and there was this very light drizzle, and they decided to call the game at 4 a.m. after I'd been up all night on the last day.
Well, I remember going from Eastbourne to Hove as a kid to watch the game at a Sussex game. I can't remember against whom. And there was what they called sea mist over the ground, delaying the start of play, and it just stayed there all day, and we never got a balls play. And I'm sure that happens very frequently, particularly in England, a bit in Australia, but you know. Mog says at those odds I'd be fucking daft not to slap some cash on the Irish. He also says the Bears' dream of a broadcast from a platform in the North Sea remains unfulfilled. That's in response to Colin Sodas saying he's actually not on. He was supposed to be on a rig at the moment. Where are we? There's a lot of discussion going on. Jay says, if the 2020 World Cup ended today, I think I've already listened to 2 of the best games ever. Well, certainly the India-Pakistan game. What was the other one you're thinking of, Jay?
Was there another close one? That was the best game so far, I think, by a long shot.
Yeah. Messi, you know the $5 I did not lose the other day on Zimbabwe. Maybe you could put that for me on Ireland. and everything goes to the GPL if I win.
So yeah, I'm still trying to work out how I haven't got any money back from you to me to be able to do that with. I'm not quite sure how these things work.
Well, you know, it's all on tick, Messi. One day in the future, sometime in the future.
You will have it. You will have it. Don't worry. Once you actually put that money in, you will get it. And you send me your details.
Yeah.
Mayank's got a really shitty sense of humour. He said nothing would be funnier than a World Cup match like this washed out because of some light shitty drizzle. And he said you can't ask the third umpires. That's the rules. Up the on-field umpires. That's why Erasmus didn't ask for the third umpire after he called the no ball.
You can ask for this. I'm sorry, but the new rules say you can ask the third umpire.
Right.
Yeah, see, all these rule changes are quite crazy. I suppose we should get back to this game. Ireland are one of those teams, aren't they, that it could go horribly wrong. They're not the strongest, but if they get it right on the day, they can cause some havoc. And the other thing is teams that was bad for Zimbabwe the other day, only getting a point. I suppose actually getting a point against. I've forgotten who they were playing.
No, it was good. It was bad for South Africa, actually.
Yeah, bad for South Africa. That's the thing. I mean, especially if in this round of games, one team gets to play, or two teams
because
get
in
to play,
that
and you don't get to play.
because in that group, I think that was probably the best that Zimbabwe could have done, because they are definitely not the worst team in the group, but I don't see how they would have really won against South Africa.
You wouldn't have thought so. This is it. I mean, it's like Afghanistan in this group. I mean, they're totally capable of pulling it out of the bag, but you don't think consistently. So if you're the unlucky team who gets them on their day, you could end up losing.
Well, I hope they do pull one over New Zealand. That would be nice.
Well, they could pull it over anybody. I mean, their batting is pretty weak, you think. Although they got some bangers, and if two or three of them come off on a day, they can get a score. And certainly their bowling attack with Mujeeb and Rashid Khan is. I mean, their seamers aren't that great.
Nabi, yeah.
But they can certainly restrict sides to runs. It looks like the covers have come off.
The covers are back on.
No, the covers are off according to this.
Covers are off now.
We're looking at the screen now.
Is that live?
Yeah, that's live. That's live.
That's live.
And the sun. It's on off again. I'm really looking forward to this Sunday. I'm going to Perth Stadium to see India versus South Africa. I reckon that
that
could
would
be
be
a
nice.
ripper game because the pace of that pitch. I mean, last night the fast bowlers, Sri Lanka's and Australia's, were really getting some lift out of that wicket, and the batters were finding it really hard at that stage.
Which is
So
why
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a fantastic game on Sunday.
South Africa are my dark horse for this competition. They've got some decent pace.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll remain dark.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. But you know, you got your first win against Pakistan. I mean, this is it. It's when you play the big sides in your group, you got to win.
I'm not like the 85% of Indians who don't care about the rest of the tournament and just about the match against Pakistan. So
No. But I mean, it's important. You know, this is, the big games in your group are against the potential. I mean, there's only you think there's only 3, maybe 4 sides in each group that can go through. You'd think.
Yeah.
You know, the favourites to go through. And you've got to win at least. You can only afford to probably lose one of the games against those sorts of sides. So starting off with a win is absolutely crucial.
well, I'm glad New Zealand's not on our side, and I'm hoping you guys can eliminate them before the semi-finals.
Well, I mean, it'll either be New Zealand or Australia that goes out.
Yes.
It depends entirely on. I think Friday's game at the MCG between England and Australia will be crucial if it's not rained out.
Indeed.
Um,
That's why England will want to get their points on the board today. If they beat New Zealand, they could afford to lose to New Zealand or Australia as long as they beat the other one would think.
Speaking of that, Mog says, I was just checking tickets for Friday, only interested in the Afghan versus Ireland game, and they are horrifyingly pricey. Stupid second game on there that day. I understand it's completely sold out, Mog. I think Forthy was trying to get a ticket and couldn't get one. So 100,000, 90,000 plus at the MCG again will be fantastic.
Yeah, it will be.
God, I hope it doesn't rain. Kevin Partington says, evening from the US. I really hope the cricket starts before I fall asleep. Can't stay too long, sadly. Any Ireland fans in Gorilla Towers today? Yes, I'm very much supporting Ireland. I mean, it's not just anyone but England thing.
I'm sure
for
it
me.
is.
Well, it's also that I am about 60% Irish. My mother's completely Irish, and there's a bit from the other side as well. So, yeah, I am entitled to be an Irish citizen, although I can't afford the bloody passport. But so I'm barracking for Ireland, definitely. And although he's not in Gorilla Towers, I can pretty much guarantee that Nestler's will be barracking for Ireland as well, given his heritage.
I think play's about to start. So.
Does look that way. Well, we already had the anthems, haven't we? They're not doing it again, are they? Or are they just replaying it?
Yeah, I don't know why Sky Sports are showing that. But the players are out there.
Here we go.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
You know what I forgot to do, and that was put the bloody sets in the right place. So we'll just carry on, and I'll play some jingles.
And they're going to open with Stokes again. Fuck me, that's wrong.
Well, they seem to like it, and it seems to work. He gets one over in that tends not to go for too many. He's coming in to bowl the first ball, presumably at Sterling. He is. He just drops it out on the offside, and there is no run. Carry on whilst I. Any more tweets whilst I just try and get these.
Yeah,
the moment
Kevin
I see-
Partington says, my phone died right after my last tweet. Have we started yet? Have England won the match yet? Must stay awake. And Mog says 90,000 people. There'll be 9,000 for the first game.
Not even sure there's 900 at the moment.
Yeah, well,
Today.
very much so. Stokes comes in, second ball. It's heaved into the offside, down towards third man. Some tentative running by Woody down there. Maybe the outfield's a little bit skiddy. Wouldn't surprise me. And Ireland are off and away. This man is opening the bowling.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
This guy is batting.
Don't you be getting out. He won't be getting out. Who am I talking about? Oh, Sterling.
The other opener faces and does a pretty much identical shot and gets 2 runs this time. It's just wide of Woody down at third man. It's this guy.
Here comes Andrew Balboni. He's a total hero. He's the sweetest bat I know.
Stokes in. Fourth ball of the over. That's a decent ball, straight on a length and just defended by Burney. Back towards the bowler and no run. 3 for none after 4 balls. Crowd's up for it. What crowd there is? I imagine it's quite cold in the MCG, isn't it?
I got to tell you, it may not look like it, but I'll guarantee you there's 20,000
Yeah,
there.
probably. It's the problem with these massive stadiums, isn't it?
Yeah.
In England, it'd probably be a full house. 5th ball of the over. Stokes coming in to bowl to Burney. It leaves that one outside his off stump. A little bit of a way shape. Not particularly quick at 80 miles an hour. I just wonder, is the outfield going to be greasy, or England going to be able to throw themselves around? Don't want to get an injury. Good.
Yeah, I think it'll be watchful though.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Good seam position there by Stokes. Nice rudder. Last ball of the first over. Burney is facing up to Stokesy. That one comes back in. Wraps him on the pads, going down leg side, half a peel, no run. End of the first over. England running around. Over to you, Messi.
Colin Sider's asking you and Indo where in the laws it says where you can ask the third umpire to check.
I don't have that handy now, but hopefully I'll be able to find it at some point in time after I finish.
Andre Nuevo's with us. He says, good morning, wonderful GC. And that's a reminder, as he and I are probably the biggest investors, if you can call it that, in the GPL, that the GPL is open and will be open until, what time have you set, Bear?
Well, I got it till 5:45, but I might well just extend that to...
Yeah, well, we started at least 20 minutes late, didn't we?
Yeah. So let me just update that competition and change the time to... I'm going to open it till 6 o'clock to give you all the time to get in. I mean, Emily Elizabeth has gone for 350 odd. I'm not sure there's going to be enough time for that, but you never know.
Yeah, there will. They haven't lost any overs yet.
No, that's true.
Jay Graver says, I can barrack for either side from a birth accident agenda, a plague on both their houses. I know the games where you want both teams to lose and you just can't win, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Right. Interesting. At the other end, I believe, this man's going to bowl.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Indeed.
Yes, he is
Ooh.
an England bowler, quite good.
And his first
Nice,
ball.
lovely shot.
Yeah, first ball, bit wide, very full,
Except for just
and
one thing.
gets
He
smashed
thinks
down to the
there
boundary
is
for
a
4
horse.
runs. Paul Sterling stretched out, carved it out through point.
Yeah.
And his hat,
Yeah,
bottom hand
one-handed through his bat at it. Yeah.
just threw the bat at it. It's got enough pace on it.
And the fielder ran the wrong way.
It was always going to beat the fielder. Woody, second ball, comes in and Sterling comes down the track, giving himself some room. That's not a fucking wide. What are you on about, mate? That was well inside the line, I thought. Let's have a look at this on a replay. I'm already angry.
Oh, it was right on the line, I reckon.
That was inside the line. That's not a wide.
That was a very, very tough call. It's not right.
That's not
Paul
right.
Rifle's getting old.
Yeah, just because the batsman makes room doesn't mean it's a wide.
I think the problem is Paul Rifle's just pissed off that Paul Sterling's covering 9 sets of stumps.
Well, he's a big lad. Second ball's a little bit short, gets through high, and Butler takes it above his head. Decent delivery.
Actually, Paul Rifle is one of those umpires that does a pretty good job. He doesn't sort of come to notice a lot.
Shit, I thought Woody was bowling, but it's not Woody, it's Wokes. There you go, got it completely wrong. Having seen 2 balls, I'm sure I thought it was Woody, but there you go. Carved again, up and over the top of the covers.
Way to go.
Plugged in the outfield, chased down by Stokesy. He'll come back and they'll get 3 runs for that. Well, Sterling is
3 runs. I love being on a proper cricket ground.
Yeah, I mean that's the other good thing, isn't it? I mean the size of the boundaries here do make it, add a little bit back for the bowler. None of these stupid miss-hit sixes that just about creep over a 60-yard boundary. They're getting caught in the outfield, which is, I think, is good for the game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, last night Maxwell got, I think it was Maxwell. No, Marsh got caught out on a 76-meter hit. Right. Most grounds that was already 6.
And
Yeah.
it's now pitching down, and they're going off. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh dear.
It's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah.
And all the crowd who come out from underneath the balcony are now going back underneath the balcony
Yeah.
to get themselves dry.
Well, it won't last long.
No, it won't. But you know what cricket's like. They'll wait for a little bit of
Yeah.
drying out, and then they'll just come out, and then it will start again 3 balls later.
Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing that will happen is they will pay a lot more attention to what's safe for the bowlers. I mean, can you imagine if Mark Wood comes in on a wet surface and slips over and does his ankle? Fucking hell.
There'll be hell to pay.
Yeah.
Yep. Which wasn't the case the other day for Zimbabwe, though.
No, I mean I didn't see any of that game, but it did sound like it was.
No. The main bowler is injured. I can't.
Yeah.
Pronounce his name.
Was it Blessings?
No. It's quite unpronounceable. Sorry for me.
Some
There are all
crazy
these
of you
N's
there.
and G's and P's which I can't figure out.
On our YouTube channel, Dom Diego de Silly Pants says, "Morning all. Surprised Bear just didn't move the studio into his bedroom. 5 a.m. Crazy commitment there, Bear. Indeed it is."
Well, we're going to be doing a test series against Pakistan, which will be similar sorts of times, and that'll be days in a row. Although it's a little bit more enjoyable with a test match.
When is that? In winter, I guess.
Starts after the World Cup. I think it's about 24th of November it starts. 3 tests. I think it's over by about the 18th, 19th of December.
I think it starts right at the end of November, actually.
Yeah.
I can't do the first one because I'm going to be going to the Perth Stadium to watch Australia play the West Indies in the first test. Steve Kellett says Melbourne is Manchester South. It does look a bit like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, well.
And, Far at Play says MessageJs should start a weather channel called Coming Messy Weather or Not. I'm in Ireland and don't know if I'm drinking too late or too early, but I do remember something about me doing breakfast for the kids. We will see. And Angelic Scooter says, "That's the first time I've heard the Men with Van Sterling jingle. That's great. We got some fucking geniuses amongst our jinglers."
Yeah, the full version.
Leah's with us.
This is true.
She says, "Morning, everyone. The coffee is brewing. Oh, how I missed this way to early cricket of an Australian summer." And Chris says, "Good morning, Guerrilla Cricket. Not quite sure why I'm getting up before 6 a.m. for white ball stuff, but here we are."
Because it's the World Cup. I mean, whatever you say, I mean, white ball cricket can be quite, take it or leave it sort of thing most of the time. But actually, because it's a World Cup, there's this extra little bit, isn't there? Which does make it a little bit more exciting. I mean, there's something on every game now, pretty much.
It matters.
Come on. That's
matters.
Bear, you're at 4 in the morning. I'm commentating on an England-Ireland game.
Yeah.
Neither of us could bother to show up for 5 overs in an IPL match.
No, absolutely.
That's true. That's true.
Damn right. Which this year, we got 2.5 months of that shit this year, haven't we?
Yeah. Apart from the fact, Aninda, that we actually like just yakking with each other. That's always a good excuse.
That's the only reason we show up. Yeah. and
Jay says, "Nigel, Frank Rosenthal, Walker. I'm glad I won't be around when the pot is lost." Perko says, "If Bear can't even get the bowler right, not sure I completely trust his judgment on how wide the deliveries are."
Well, I didn't think it was a wide, and it looked like Woody was opening up, but of course it was Wokes.
They look similar when they run in. I mean, I don't blame you.
They do. Omri Nuovo actually says, "Oh, a shudder ran through me to hear Mark Wood bowling in the wet, damp conditions. I worry about him completing an over without injury." It's Wokes.
Yes.
If it's possible to retract the shudder, it's just been done. Mike says, "Once this Aussie summer begins, I call it winter. But this year has just thrown me off big time." Well, that's the thing. It's actually not summer. It's still the middle of spring. And we shouldn't be playing the World Cup at this time of year. It's stupid.
It is a bit daft. It's very early for Australia, isn't it? I mean, if they'd have started in the middle of November, they probably wouldn't have rained off match, would they?
Yeah.
And started a month later.
And Mock says, well, of course the health of the English bowlers is far more important than some Zimbabwean shit kicker like MacArthur.
Nagavra, that's the one. So, yeah.
I mean, imagine this. So England and Ireland gets rained off. New Zealand and Afghanistan are straight after this. They get a full game in.
Yeah,
It was obviously fixed.
Well, it's possible, isn't it? I mean, it's not fixed, but I mean, it's troublesome. But I mean, it happened in the 2019 World Cup here. I mean, that whole middle week, third week or something, hardly any games got played. I was just going to stadium after stadium. We were just sitting in the comms box waiting for the games to be called off. I think I was at Bristol 3 times. I've said this before, but I was at Bristol 3 times in that week. I didn't see a single game. I didn't see a single ball bowl.
Yeah, well, it's Bristol. I was lucky. I actually went to the game at Bristol between Australia and Afghanistan, I think it was. The Afghan crowd were fantastic.
Yes.
They were just brilliant. And notwithstanding some people don't like it, I like that little ground at Bristol. It's quite sort of intimate, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite intimate. My favourite ground for that World Cup was actually Taunton. I really like Taunton. It's a really nice ground.
I would have liked to go there. Yeah. Olfart Play says, living in Ireland, it's very strange. Last week, everyone was laughing at the Sterling. And at the Sterling, now they could be cheering. You wouldn't know, though. Haven't seen anything on the news regarding cricket. It's funny, people ask me, what's the feeling in Australia about it? I've got no idea, because basically I don't talk to very many people. I stay in my cave and watch stuff, and I don't watch live television, so I don't even know what's going on there. I just follow my own websites. Mike says, 5 overs aside, anyone? We shall see.
We shall see.
I think it's going to be better than that. And Kevin Parton says, I'm slowly working my way into music production. Do you accept jingles from guests? Just curious. Absolutely, Kevin. What's the email address there?
Just send it to, I think it's gorillajingles@gmail.com.
There you go. And if you have any problems with that, just DM one of us, Kevin.
Or just gorillacricket@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I've had a message through Patreon, weirdly. Johan Swigers, don't know. He says, a 9-month-old woke me up at 5 a.m. just in time for the England game. Sometimes it pays. Sometimes it pays to have a baby. Yes.
You'll pay a lot for that, though, over the next 20 years,
yes.
I can assure you.
Cost you a fortune.
So Leah points out that the first test of England's tour to Pakistan starts on December the 1st at 6 a.m.
Oh, there you go.
At least for me.
Who was that?
Thank you, Leah.
Leah, 6 a.m. for you,
Leah.
so it's 5 a.m. for us.
Are you sure? Because your clocks will have changed by then.
Oh, God, I hope it's not 4 a.m.
Your clocks go back on the, I'm thinking the 6th of November.
31st of October. Well, last
There you
weekend
go.
of October, last Saturday of October.
Yeah.
I think it's 5. Dan told me 5. I was kind of hoping for 5 because that'll be all right. Yeah, because there's only an hour between us and the continent. I don't know if they have daylight saving as well.
And Mayank says, what's cricket like in Ireland? Is it in the news or anything? Well, I mean,
not
it was
really
a bit peak for that first test, wasn't it? When you
well, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, when we went over there to do the test match, I don't think anyone really knew what. It wasn't in the news over there at all. Speaking to the locals, hardly anyone knew about it. If you didn't know that cricket was on, you didn't really know it was on.
Yeah. Leah says it's a shame Hyderabad doesn't get tests. I don't think Taunton's big enough to host a test match, is it, there?
Not really. Probably only holds about 8
or 9,000.
Yeah, exactly. Really nice ground though. Taunton's quite a nice little place to visit. No, I don't know what to do here. Do we carry on yakking, or does someone else want to come on yakking? We've already been on half an hour, 45 minutes.
Just have a look.
I mean, they've got full covers on the square right now.
Yeah, there's nothing on Cricinfo that suggests there's any change. Looking at the radar, I shall tell you that. There's a fairly solid shower passing over Melbourne.
Yeah, Cricket
Just
Info said
finishing.
it's heavier now. We could be in for a longer delay. The bigger square covers are coming on. Do stay locked in for further updates. Maybe we should do that too.
Yeah, okay.
Let's all go and have a cup of coffee. I shall.
Yeah.
Back to the dice cricket.
I'll get my breakfast.
Back to the dice cricket for all
I'm
you.
going to have lunch.
Excellent.
You do that.
Okay, we'll catch you soon.
That's the end of that game.
Just give me a shout on WhatsApp when you want.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay.
I'm going to
If it
start.
doesn't crash again.
Just to find out.
Jay Grover says, don't play any more fucking dice cricket.
No dice
Oh,
cricket.
come on.
Oh, come on, you know you love it. It's either that or a replay of something you've seen another million times as well.
Well, what you could do is download some of the interviews I did with some of the gorillas several months ago, which might be of some interest at some stage.
I never did see mine.
I sent you the links to it.
Oh, you did?
Jeez, I don't know.
Sorry.
I'll do it again.
No, okay, I'll find it. Yeah.
I don't know if I can do that. It'll take me a little while to do
Oh
it.
well.
Let me put something on, and I might do that. I'm sure I did download one of those at some point.
Just show the ICC 3.5-minute video of the last 2 overs of the Pakistan bowling in loop.
Mark says he's going to loiter around the MCG car park and send us minute-by-minute updates.
Okie dokie, you do that.
Excellent.
Gorilla Shear meets an Indo Dutta. There you go. That's an old
Sorry.
interview. I
That's
think
a very old interview.
I think that's Tony.
Albert kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is.
And it's an hour long, so it'll go on forever. Right,
I'll shut up for an hour after that when I get back.
That's cool. We'll see you pretty shortly.
Okay.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Gorilla Share. I'm Tony Bishop at Tony Bishop1 on Twitter. Before we start, a reminder that Gorilla Cricket is currently partnering with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, JDRF, to support their fight to one day eradicate childhood type 1 diabetes. For every donation of £15 or more to Gorilla Cricket, we are donating 50% to JDRF. You can search Just Giving a Dick Well Abroad appeal. All details, of course, are on our Twitter feed and website. And most importantly, thank you. Your support means a lot to us. It will mean a huge amount to them. Now, today, we are focusing on the mystical, twirling, whirling, floating and gripping world of spin bowling, and most particularly, the rich history of Indian spinners. My guest is Anindya Dutta, author of the book Wizards, The Story of Indian Spin Bowling, an essential read for all cricket lovers and admirers of spin, particularly, of course, Indian cricket. And India, a very warm welcome to Gorilla Share.
Thank you so much, Tony. It's a pleasure being here.
We are delighted to have you. Now, let's find out a little bit about you. Banker by day, cricket writer by night. Tell us just a little bit of the story as to how you combine those two things.
Sure. That sounded like a good line when I when I wrote it originally. But it is true. I've been a banker for 26 plus years. I started writing on cricket a few years ago on the history of cricket primarily, and you know, it turned into something far more than I had thought. I started writing on an Australian website called The Roar, which is it's a fan writing medium, if you like. And then Kersey Meher-Homji, one of the great Australian cricket writers, wrote in to me to say that one of the articles that he had read, he thought there was a book in it. It was a 500-word article, and I wrote back to him to say that I respect you a lot, Kersey, but turning a 500-page article into a book sounds like a lot. And then he said, well, you just need to have a plan, and I think you've got the thing in it to write. And that's how the journey started, really. I started writing. I wrote a few books. I'd spend evenings when I came back writing. Sometimes I'd wake up early in the morning to write. And during the day, of course, I had a 10 to 12 hour banking job on a trading floor. And that's how the banker by day, writer by night thing came. And then it's 4 books later, it sort of defines the way I used to write. But now I've just left banking. I've set out on my own entrepreneurial journey. I'm trying to combine. I've got a company in Singapore which is called Two Roads. Two roads which diverge in the wood. That's where it comes from. And I'm trying to combine my passion for sports, for cricket, with leadership and motivation. I've got a few elite sports persons signed up with me to work with me on these. And I'm hoping that's going to be an interesting journey ahead. And of course, it allows me the time to write more.
Let's. I was going to say that you've got an impressive pedigree in cricket writing already. You've written A Gentleman's Game, Spellbinding Spells, We Are Invincible. Each cover sort of different aspects of our game. If you had to pick one, which one should I take to read on my desert island as well as Wizards?
Spellbinding Spells was actually the one which came out of that conversation with Kersey Meher-Homji. But if you were to push me to say that there could only be one book to accompany Wizards, I'd say pick We Are the Invincibles. And the reason for that is, as one of the reviewers in the UK pointed out when I wrote that book, he said he loved the book, but I was a brave man to write it because I think he said it was the 14th book written on the tour or something like that. But I love that book because I am obsessed with that tour and how right after the Second World War, Bradman's last tour, how he went about the whole thing, the characters on that tour, the stories coming out of there. It was just completely fascinating to me. So when I told that story, it was really from the heart. And it's not a very thick book, but I think it's a very entertaining read, if I may say so myself.
It'll be next on my reading list. You covered no less than I think 74 players in Wizards. I know because I counted them as I was doing a few notes on each one. So talk to us a little bit about you and spin bowling. Were you a spinner yourself?
I was not a very successful one, I have to say. I was a leg spinner, but I didn't have a googly in my arsenal, and there was nobody to teach me. So as you can imagine, life got a bit difficult after that. But it is what it is, and my favorite dismissal at that time was a stumping. So I'd loved the fact that a batsman would miss the ball on the fly, and the one thing I could do was turn. The ball definitely had a rip on it. So the stumping was something which gave me a lot of joy. But it turned out I was a better writer than I was a spinner. So here we are.
Do you remember any one particular wicket that anybody famous or anyone that gave you more pleasure than others?
I'm afraid not. Just in one of the inter-school matches, one of the best player of the opposition team, I managed to pull him in the flight, and the ball spun a lot outside the off, and he was stumped. So that's something called out.
I remember facing Ray Bright once, the Australian off-spinner.
Yeah.
Faced 3 or 4 balls, he didn't get me out. I was so relieved. I swung and missed an absolute dolly the other end. Lost my middle stump, but there we go. Okay, so, now most people I think will associate India with spin bowling. Do you feel that the history of the art and artists in India had not been well covered before? Was there kind of a gap there? So, and how did you set out to sort of tackle things a bit differently in Wizards?
Yeah, it actually hadn't. There was one book written in the early 1990s, which, in my personal opinion, wasn't terribly well written, if I may say so. But what set me off was a book that Ramchandra Guha wrote called Spin and Other Turns. It's not one of his famous books, but it was maybe a 100-page book, in which, on the chapter on spinners, not all of it was spinners as the name suggests, but one chapter was. And one of the things that he wrote was that I hope someday someone will write a real history of Indian spin bowling, right? And so when I read the other book, when I read this one, and it was a natural fit in a way in terms of my evolution as a.
All right, we're back. That was shorter than we thought we'd be off. Hopefully Anindo will come back and join us in a second. If not, Al can jump on. Ireland are 11 for none. We're in the second over. The ball may be a little bit wet in the outfield. Balbirnie is facing after the last ball was smashed over the top by Paul Sterling, plugged in the outfield, bringing Balbirnie on strike, who's 2 off 4. Sterling is 8 off 5. Ireland are 11 for none. Wokes is continuing. Full, driven in the air, just short of the man at point. Skewed off the outside half of the bat, and there is no run. Anindo jumped off the Zoom, so Al, do you want to jump in if you're there and listening?
Oh, and awake?
And awake. Yeah. One or the other.
Oh dear.
If not Al,
it's going to be one of those days.
Someone.
Fourthy's not. Is Fourthy there? Yes,
Fourthy's there. Fourthy and Al are in the green room. Either one of you can come back on and join.
Fourthy's having lunch. Al's having
a kip. So it's just me and you. That one crashes into the pads and skews down towards third man, but is stopped by the fielder at slip, so there will be no run. 1 ball left in the over. Looks like Al is coming to join us. There you go. Morning. Let's get you so everyone can see you. Your handsome face.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning, gentlemen. For the purposes of this demonstration, I would be playing hard.
And again, inside out shot over the top of the covers. Is it going to make the boundary? It just about gets there after plugging in the outfield. And it's another 4, this time for Balbirnie. And it looks like his bat has fallen to pieces. A big splinter has come off the side of it.
Wow. Was that a disclaimer I just heard from you, Al, that you're not taking responsibility for anything you say and it's all Ian's fault?
No. What I was going to say is that Aninda's words are being spoken by an actor.
Oh, you're doing well for this time of day.
I was going to say, I was just watching that video of Aninda, and Aninda looks younger now than he did in that video. It's quite weird.
I think there's a picture in his attic.
Yeah. Well, I have played Woody's jingle, and he is now coming on. That was right off the toe end, wasn't it? Still got enough on it to get it to the boundary, just.
Oh, I've got a really important question for you here, Bear. Brian 001 says, "Morning all. I didn't realise games were on at this hour. Is there a coffee shop near Gorilla Towers that does deliveries at these early hour games?"
Oh, I don't know. Don't think so. It's okay, Brian. I appreciate the beer. I've got instant coffee. That does me. But of course, if you want to find someone that serves beer at 5 in the morning, it's always acceptable. We still have a few left. The problem is, of course, as well, drinking at 5 o'clock in the morning isn't very, conducive to doing anything. Well, that's skewed up in the air. Is it going to be out? Is it going to be 6? Oh man, that's a good bit of fielding down there by Sam Curran. Unfortunate. Whoa. It's a big heave by Sterling. Was it Sterling or was that? Yeah, it was Sterling.
Yeah.
and it would have been caught, but Sam Curran was right on the boundary. He couldn't control himself, keep himself inside the circle, so he caught the ball. Oh, no, I think it's a 6 actually, because I think his shin touched the boundary sponge when he caught that. Difficult. I think so. I think his shin was, which is a bit unfortunate because fucking sponge is about 6 inches high, and if it had just been a rope, of course he would have been inside the boundary, but if you include the sponge as being part of the outfield, I think that should be given as a 6. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a 6.
Yeah, it is a 6. That's my bet gone. Fuck it. And he gave me under 16.5 for the fall of the first wicket.
That's a bit. I mean, considering how much odds on you said England were, that's a pretty measly fall of the first wicket.
Well, no, that's about right with those odds, isn't it? Another attempted heave by Sterling. Misses it completely. It goes through to the keeper in his own 93 miles an hour. It's quick.
No, and what we're expecting is that the rain in Melbourne today and what we've had while plays started, it's gonna juice up the pitch a little bit, even if it's not raining directly onto the pitch. So Wood's going to be plenty of trouble in his 4 overs, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, Ireland will be hoping to get through to 160 plus, you'd have thought, minimum. Wood in, and again, this time it is going to be out. Fuck, if that hadn't fall before, I'd have won my money. Instead, he hit the fucking rope, it gets 6, and the next ball he does the same thing and he gets caught. Sterlo's out, caught a third man. Again, skew one off the top edge. He's a dangerous man, and England will be glad to get rid of him. He's probably the one they fear the most, we would have thought, out of this side. So we shall give him a little send-off.
The crowd says, you're out.
It's just a bit late on that, wasn't it? Came off the top edge, and Woody gets his wicket.
It is difficult to be early.
Yeah, well, it is very much so.
Is it fair to say that he was caught at slip on the boundary?
Well, kind of fly slip, but he was a genuine third man. It wasn't actually a fly slip.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the field position. The 2 deep fielders are at fine leg and third man. That they are not contemplating that anyone is going to hit the ball deep in front of themselves off Mark Wood.
No.
Yeah. He's pretty intimidating, isn't he? Jay Graver said, I didn't mean to be rude about the dice cricket, but Hendo's ultra-competitive mania might be giving me the proper fear.
Well, yeah. He was a cheating bastard. He cheated himself to a victory.
Well, as someone who's had to hear Dwayne Leverock over and over and over again.
Dropped into the leg side. Is that a leg by? No, it seemed to come off the bat. Just dribbled into the leg side. Everyone had to chase it down, and there was a single.
The ballad of Dwayne Leverock. Yeah. Gotta say though, I didn't. I kind of came in as an emergency replacement. It was way more fun than it really should have been. I did enjoy it. And there's a part of you that's looking going, this shouldn't be any fun at all. But yes, there it is.
Of course it is. We're all competitive beings. And
the creativity was what I loved listening to.
Exactly. Beaten for pace there. Just Balbirnie playing inside the line. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Jay also says, and I don't know about what, he just says, I respectively disagree, Nigel. Can we take that to apply to everything Bear ever says, Jay? It'd sort of be easy, wouldn't it?
That's way too contrarian for you, Jay, even at this time of the morning.
Yeah. Jay's been up all night.
Yeah. It's late night rather than early morning for Jay.
Indeed.
It's still delightfully contrarian.
I mean, look, there's little puddles of grass on the puddles of water on the outfield advertising hoardings. Is a bit weird. Now that's a filthy delivery down the leg side. Absolutely filthy.
That could be almost worth.
Oh no, and they're going to get some overthrows too. So Balbirnie went outside leg stump to try and give himself some room, followed by Wood, but Wood shoved it so far down the leg stump you'd have thought it was going to be 5 wide. Actually, Butler did very well to get across, dived, palmed it down into the ground, threw it at the bowler's end because they went through for a single, The man backing up fluffed at the pickup, and they got an overthrow, a buzzer too.
They got 2 overthrows. Well, they got 3 altogether, didn't they?
Yeah, 3 wides.
3 wides, yeah.
Now, this is where we need. Julia Farman, don't we? 3 wides, I'm guessing, is a pretty pretty rare occurrence. Isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
So this first over has gone for 11 with the wicket. A fortunate 6 off the first ball. Oof, that one whips past the outside edge of Tucker through the keeper, and there is no run. We should give him a jingle, actually, Lorcan Tucker. Let's see if I can find him here. He sounds like this.
Lorcan Tucker, he's just Lorcan Tucker. If you don't know how to do it, we'll show you Lorcan Tucker. Come on now, come on.
It's quite funny seeing all the different adverts from everywhere around the world on this production as well. They don't seem to be...
Bear, given the delay, the second delay, do you want to put the closing time for the GPL back again?
Do I?
Nah, screw it.
Well, in that case, we got 4 minutes or something, haven't we?
Yeah.
Give him to the end of the power play.
Yeah, I'll give him another 10 minutes.
We're up to 268 quid.
That's positively you're a million star.
You got until 10 past 6. You got another 15 minutes. Wokes is going to continue. He's just worked into the leg side square. Woody comes around to field. Do you think I have extra long spikes for when it's raining, like rugby players? Probably not, because they're not supposed to play in rain, are they? I do worry about someone's, particularly Woody, actually, just slipping over and doing an ankle.
Well, the bit that was interesting you were mentioning about the puddles is that the grass, which has the advertising colour on it, usually ends up being slippier anyway, doesn't it? So
that's true.
Yeah, but sometimes they use this kind of, it's like that garden matting that they actually put over the top rather than spray it on. Oh, that's a good shot though. Oh, is it? Yeah, it is a good shot. He's got 6? No. Lorcan Tucker goes inside and ramps that down a fine leg. He'll get himself 4 runs, lands just inside the boundary. That was a good shot.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
This is the thing about Ireland, they'll be really revved up to play England, won't they? It's one of those games, it means more than just the World Cup.
Yeah.
I'll be so disappointed in the performance in the first game, more than anything else. You can accept losing, but the way they lost was so timid that there's got to be some sort of reaction, you know.
Well, they're always capable. That's full, and on the pads clipped nicely into leg stump. There is someone out halfway in the deep. I presume because the boundaries are so big that everyone's not back on the boundary. They're kind of in no man's land on the leg side. There'll be a single out to that man. 6 off the first 3 balls of this over, and Wokes has gone for 18 so far. It is the power play. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Adil Rashid comes into attack. Presumably they're a little bit better at playing spin these days.
Do we need to collectively have a chat about Adil Rashid and the last sort of 12 months or so?
Well, yeah, he's not been the greatest, has he? That one's just dropped out in the offside and there's no run. Maybe, I mean, he did have problems with his shoulder, didn't he? A couple of years ago. Maybe, you know, much like Shane Warne, although you can't really compare him to Shane Warne. When he came back, maybe just lost a little bit of rotation in that shoulder, and that's cost him a bit.
Yeah, it's maybe it's familiarity, but maybe it's, I don't know, just doesn't seem to spin the ball as much.
Well, I guess it depends on what wickets you play as well. It's as much about maybe he doesn't bowl as many googlies as he used to. I'm sure he'll have a couple of decent games here. Oh, down the track comes Lorcan Tucker. Doesn't make it to the ball at all. Tries then to fend it. Lucky not to get an edge through the Butler. In the end, there's just no run, and he remains there. He was a long way down the track though. Good seam position from Wokes. It's gone over the top of middle and off.
Yes, they certainly seem to have created this pitch, which is going to be easier to bat on as the tournament progresses. But does not seem a nightmare at the moment.
It does. Slower ball into the offside, smashed over the top of point, and it'll go down to the boundary. It's 4 more runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Looks like Hale's got a little bit of finger on that.
Yeah, he's shaking his hand, doesn't he?
I mean, it was at full stretch, no chance it was a catch. I thought it got over the top of him.
I'm loving this pitch, Al. It makes for a great contest, it seems to me.
Yeah, but definitely, we were a bit. I think everyone was a bit worried watching the India-Pakistan game about Pakistan's total, and it's turned out to be highly competitive. So set some expectations about today's game. But
and I reckon it's 10% higher than it looks because of the long boundaries as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, with the long boundaries and, you know, decent batting pitches, it makes for more exciting cricket, really. Woody in. He's going to get another over. Cramps Balbirnie for room. He can only defend it back to the bowler, and there's no run. But I do love the long boundaries. And, you know, harder, faster wickets makes for better cricket, I think. Means it comes onto the bat better.
Yeah.
But then the extra long boundaries give the bowlers chance. You can't miss hit sixes, as we were saying earlier. So
might increase a bit of orthodoxy in the way that people play, because some of the more innovative shots that can be mistimed and go for 6 can.
Yeah, but equally, if you've got that, I mean, you saw Stoinis yesterday. I mean, Stoinis was, you know, they're long boundaries, but Stoinis was hitting 100-metre sixes. So, I mean, if you've got the strength, you can still hit them. It's just that the miss hits won't. What's going on here? Someone got hit on the hand. Balbirnie.
Yeah.
When did he get hit on the hand? I didn't see him get hit on the hand. But he seems to have a problem with his hand.
No, it seems yeah. Does it hurt when I do this? Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I called you on.
Ow. 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 Jay Grover says when Sterlo's dismissed, the Angels weep and they weep Gibneys. He also says there's no way to respond if someone accuses you of being contrarian, which is pretty fair. You got him, Al. You really got him.
Yeah, 1-0. 1-0.
I expect a retort. I really do.
It's like saying It's like trying to say I'm not crazy without sounding crazy.
Ravi Nair says, okay, the vet's appointment has been put back due to India's festive season and only one vet being in. So I'll miss much of the second game, but I'm here for all of England's unexpected and humiliating loss to Ireland. I seriously hope that Fuzzy is not too ill, Ravi, and good luck with the vet.
Absolutely.
Does someone want to put? Oh, I haven't got my phone with me to message an Indo because he went off the Zoom and you did
say you were going to WhatsApp him.
I haven't got my phone on me. If someone WhatsApp, just put it on the group chat to get him to join back in. They can be here for 6 to 10.
I'll just
as we look at the Melbourne sky, which looks kind of grey.
Dark foreboding clouds.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Balbirnie's going to carry on. Woody's going to come in. Imagine if Woody hits him on the hand again. That might be it.
Yeah.
And he'll be in extraordinary pain and have to go off. Woody comes in, bowls it full, and they certainly decided that they're just going to skew it square off Wood. Give themselves some room outside leg stump. It's a good strategy because once more they get 4 more runs.
2 + 2 is our man.
It's a good power play for Ireland, going at roughly 10 and over.
I thought he'd given himself a bit too much room there, but you know, in the end, a beautifully timed shot over square.
Well, I don't know if it was beautifully timed. It still seems to come off the toe end, but I guess with that sort of pace on the ball, it's going to fly. I mean, there isn't a fielder out there. The obvious place to try and go, short, ducked underneath through the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, I might need a bit more protection than what Balbirnie's got.
Well, which he'd have a change at the end of this over. Bennett's going to come in, Forthy's going to come in, and hopefully Nindo's going to come back in.
Yeah, I just WhatsApped him. 5 minutes to go on the GPL. It's at least 270 quid now.
We've got 18 people in there, 25 people, ranging from 147 all the way up to 369 at the moment.
Buy a lot of Smarties for 260 quid.
Yeah, you can. Well, mind you, well, no, the pound's gone up again, hasn't it? Now that we've got Rishi, safe Rishi. That's leg by, I think, down towards fine leg, stopped by Butler.
Can we quantify safe?
Well, no.
Can we agree on less batshit crazy?
Yeah, that's about right. Although we have got Sue fucking Braveman back.
Well,
she's a nut job.
You know, I hope. I hope that the Rwandan tourist board is happy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering she resigned, having admitted she sent a really sensitive piece of, government work through her personal email.
Yep.
She shouldn't really come back, should she? But Woody comes in, 5th ball of the over, short, down leg side. I think he got bat on that. Must have done, otherwise it would have been a wide. It's probably better that he actually got a bat on it, because it's a filthy ball by Woody, and it's down leg side. I think probably hit the back of Balburney's bat.
Yeah.
Allowing him to get through for the single. Or was that Lorcan Tucker? It must have been Lorcan Tucker. Although I thought it was Balburney, but let's have a look. No, it was Lorcan Tucker. Yeah.
It seemed to almost move off the pitch. Well,
no. It came off the back of his bat on the end of his swing.
Can you let an Indo in, Bear?
I can do indeed. Clearly wasn't watching what was going on, otherwise he'd have realised we were on 10 minutes ago. Oh, he didn't want to come on. I know you can hear me.
He was having his lunch.
How passive aggressive do you want to be?
Yeah, well, it's early. Well, it is now 6 o'clock. I'll be getting up in about an hour anyway, I suppose, on a normal day. Last ball of this over, last ball of my spell is full and just dropped down. I think it came off the bottom of the bat. And went down to 3rd man. Sam Curran's fielding, and they come back for 2. They do come back for 2. Good running. And after 5 overs, Ireland are 45 for 1, which is a pretty good start for them. 9 and over. I'm going to hand over to Bennett, Forthy, and Anindo, and I'll see you all later.
Okay, Forthy. The next tweet is Leah from 2 minutes ago. Catch you later.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Good
Hello,
morning.
in the studio. And India, we haven't done a stint before. My name is
No,
Bennett
we haven't indeed.
Olagasegram here in the UK. Good morning to people in Europe and wherever you are. Greetings, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to our commentary here. It's been a great start. The weather gods almost trying to prevail. However, cricket overcomes and England winning the toss and inviting Ireland to bat first in this all-important game. Ireland have scored 45 for 1 of 5 overs. It's been an exciting start for them. Rain stop on and off. However, they've lost the important wicket of Paul Sterling, but Tucker and Balburney at the wicket. Change of bowling. Sam Curran, the man with the golden arm who picked up 5 wickets in the previous game, comes in, and Balburney tucks it away. Tucker tucks it away towards the fine leg area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. And India, do you think this rain would have caused a bit of difficulty in the preparations?
No, I think it's been okay, because they pretty much started on time. So and they could see the weather. So
that's on a fuller length. Driven by Tucker, handsomely past the diving mid-off area, and picks up a boundary. That was Ben Stokes. They're diving full stretch, unable to get his hand on the ball, but driven. It was an overpitched, a full delivery there, and giving a good enough for time for Tucker to sort of smack it away. So Ireland cruising along, I would say. What I was referring to was the conditions of the pitch, like perhaps the ball slipping. The batters may be finding the ball holding back a little bit in the pitch. So this one, nice delivery, good comeback by Curran. It was a slightly shorter length, and the ball kept low on that occasion. A great improvement in Sam Curran's skills, all-round skills.
I think it's his haircut.
from being a swing bowler to now convert him into a death bowler. That's been an area of weakness for England, isn't it, Danny?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's really sort of plugged in that little hole, and this is on the leg stump and tucked away by Tucker. Tucked away by Tucker. That's a really interesting rhyme there as he picks up a single. And the batsman.
Yes, I'd say Curran is sort of star is rising when it comes to death bowling, as Jordan's is perhaps just gradually slightly fading.
Yeah, I must say I haven't. I mean, as good as Jordan was over the years, given the opportunities that he's had, he didn't really sort of. I mean, for example, the World Cup campaign last time around, we lost the all-important game, isn't it? With sort of Jordan's over. This was a short delivery, quicker one. Again, he's not letting him settle to a plan, settling the batter with a plan by bowling different lengths, varying his pace. Canny cricketer he is, Sam Curran, handy, and he likes it.
I think England put too much faith. I mean, as an outsider looking in, England always put too much faith on Jordan. I never thought Jordan was in a class where he should have been given so many opportunities. But perhaps there weren't alternatives.
I agree. This one's hit officially on the leg stump. Nicely played. Mid-on being up there, giving Tucker the opportunity to sort of lift that shot over the mid-on area, and that's
it was all the way
for 6, and Ireland 59 for 1.
Oh, I'm glad I have a green T-shirt on.
Is it green? It looks blue.
It's bluish green. It's bluish green. It's the closest to green I could get. I couldn't get the Irish green at short.
Are you backing Ireland? You backing Ireland? Are you then?
Of course.
Yeah,
of course. Always back the underdogs if they don't play India.
How can I call it? Is it Anindo? Anindo. Sorry,
that's fine. That's fine.
And fourthly, have you got anything there, Ian? For any
Yep, one or two. Leah says, if you call me aggressive and hot-headed one more time, I'll rot your shit hard. Old fart at play. I've just seen a tweet by Doug Stanhope along the lines of, I'm sorry for tonight's show, daytime drinking and having fun. Tickets still available. Seems similar to Guerrilla Cricket and its listeners.
Right, change of bowling as you come back. Rashid pulls a foolish floater there. Almost goes into the hands of the cover fielder. But an outstretched arm there.
Terrible ball.
Terrible start, Ananda. You're right. Which part of the world are you? Sort of?
I'm in Singapore.
You're in Singapore, right? Interesting.
Yep.
So I used to live in Hong Kong not long ago, but now I live in south of Wales here in the UK. So we must be really crazy cricket fans, aren't we? Getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning to sort of be on here. Bear coming all the way to the studio. Thank you, Bear, for all your efforts. Adil Rashid comes in. This one's a shortish delivery compared to the earlier one, and the batsman there very nicely on the back foot glides this one towards the third man area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. So England going in with an unchanged team for this game come from the last one. There was some concern about Chris Wokes or Woody being rested, but they didn't really go down that road. And Rashid comes in. This one's overpitched, driven, not convincingly though, back to the bowler, no chance of a run. On the other hand, Ireland made one small change. They brought in Seema Han in place of spinning all-rounder Simi Singh. Go ahead, Ando.
No, after this ball.
Rashid comes in. This one's he's trying to play across the line there. He got a bit of pad on that, but it was way outside the stumps. No chance of a run. I need to go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I remember the 2011 World Cup when I was in India for a few years at that time. The morning after the England-Ireland match, I was on a flight and I had Kevin O'Brien and Niall O'Brien sitting on both sides of me.
Wow.
So
that would have been great company.
It was a great 2.5 hour long flight.
Yeah, I can imagine. So yeah, this one's tucked away on the onside, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. The Ireland certainly looking good here, 59 for 1, and England sort of certainly, although they got the price wicket of Paul Stirling, the Irish batters are certainly looking very comfortable in their approach. As Adil Rashid comes in on the off stump, plays it straight into the covers, no chance of a run. Ireland at the end of over number 7, 65 for 1. Fourthly, what have you got?
Martin Lawrence, why on earth are they playing this game here? Looks like a Sheffield Shield crowd. Well, as has been observed, it probably is a 20,000 crowd. It just looks like there's 3 men and his dog because of the sheer size of the MCG. Mayank, before the rain delay, Messenger said he sits in his cave and watches cricket instead of talking to people. That's my absolute favourite thing to do once October comes, sunsets early, and cricket's on all night. Can't wait for the Australia-New Zealand tests since it starts at 5 and 7 p.m. Anna Forsyth. I've lost her. No, she's right. Hello, gang. Long time no see, stroke listen. Hello, Anna. Nice to have you back on board. Mayank. Sunak is, these are his words, let me stress. Sunak is a snivelling little private educated snob. He wants to unite the country while bringing all the stupids back to government. The UK politically is in the house now.
Stokes starts the new over. Interesting comments there. Keep them coming, all you spectators out there. We invite you to bring some life into this commentary, and in our next stint you'll see a lot more coming when Messi comes on. Messi and I have this long-standing debate on a particular subject. Watch the space as Ben Stokes comes in with the
teaser
over, and here he is. He has really adapted to his new role with the new ball, hasn't he, Anindo? Played into the covers, no chance for him. What do you think of that adaptation from Ben Stokes?
Well, I mean, he clearly has the faith of the team going in there, but he's completely changed his approach to the game. I actually thought he would. Yeah.
Sorry, that's my cocker spaniel making noises in the background.
I kind of lost you guys for a minute. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if it's my connection or yours. However, lost your comment there, and Indo will pick up in a bit. Stokes, yeah, certainly proving his worth with the new ball. I mean, when we had a podcast earlier on with the Tony, with the Bishop show, I did make some observations about Stokes' role in the side and mentioned that if he doesn't contribute with ball, it's going to be quite tough to sort of get him in there. But here he is, proving his worth with the new ball in this T20 format, over pitch, driven towards the cover area, and the batsman go through for a quick single, 67 for 1. In case you're joining in now, sorry, Alinda, go on.
Sorry, no, I was just saying, to answer your question, I just think it's better that Stokes bowls here rather than at the death, because I think he's just going to get hit very badly if he comes in at that.
But the things they were trying out Ben Stokes, the new ball, in one of the games, in pre-match World Cup games, weren't they? Shortish delivery and hit uppishly towards mid-wicket square leg area, and the batsman go through for 1, 68 for 1. Yeah, I was observing also that Reece Topley, I know he was the important clog of the attack with the new ball in the middle and at the end, but him being injured has almost made it easy for Liam Livingstone to slot in, isn't it? If not, they may have to have had Harry Brook or Alex Hales out. And again, Bear remembers this conversation about Alex Hales when I made my observations about him struggling in Australian conditions. As Ben Stokes comes in, shortish delivery, tucked away, dabbed away into the covers, and the batsman go through for a single. End of over number 8. Ireland put into bat 69 for 1. Tucker 20, Balbirnie 21. Batsman out Paul Sterling for 14. 40.
Hello. There's some barking backstage. Try to ignore that. He wants to be fed, and I can't feed him right now. Jay Grover, I think I mentioned this before, but it weren't read out. A Ninja's t-shirt is proper mint. Did Bennett just call a Dutta Annie? Bingo card is out for gentlemen now.
I've been called Andy before, so it's fine.
O'Neill Harris and Ninda will bet the team that will give Bear heartburn if they win. Josie Oak, we're doomed. Thank you very much, Josie Oak. Jay Grover, lost him. No, he's back. I need to take issue with the idea that Guerrilla Cricket listeners are a bunch of daytime drinkers. Some have been taking rough as guts glass speed as well.
New over begins. The ever reliable Adil Rashid, who comes in over pitched, driven into the mid-off area, and the batsman go through for single. Yeah, but yesterday I was expecting a bit of a fight in the Sri Lankan-Australian game. I was gutted to see Sri Lanka giving it away at the end. Marcus Stone's played a blinder, didn't he, Anindo?
Well, giving it away, I was just going to say, I'm not sure I'd do the disservice of telling them giving it away the way Stone's played.
Yeah, I mean, it was, but then, I mean, they rely on one in the Hasaranga, don't they? And he had a bad outing. And this one's reverse swept, not convincingly though, into the covers, and the batsmen go through for. No, they didn't actually go this.
No, they didn't go through. I just want to answer something in the first stint before the rain. After this delivery maybe.
Rashid comes in, and again he comes dancing down the track. He's not worried about slipping there because he's got his dancing shoes. Comes dancing down and not get hold of that as he goes in towards the mid-wicket area, and the batsmen go through for a single. Go on, Anindo.
No, there was a question on the India-Pakistan game on the no ball where I mentioned that Erasmus could conceivably have gone to the third umpire on the no ball, and there is absolutely nothing in the laws which prevents him from doing that.
Rashid comes in, a nice little deceiving ball outside the off stump, and Balbirnie lost his shape and his stance as well as he falls, loses his sort of control outside the off stump, not able to get back on ball. Rashid comes in again. This again pitched up, driven uppishly though, and in no man's land. And the batsman come back for second as Harry Brook runs around from the long off area to pick up. He was very well placed on that occasion. And Adil Rashid. I know it's quite hard to get comments in, isn't it, Anindo, because the bowlers are coming hard.
That's fine. No, I was just going to end by saying that there was nothing to prevent Erasmus from asking, but once he'd given that decision, there was no scope for then going to the third umpire.
Exactly. And this one's overpitched on the off stump, and Balbirnie looking to play it on the onside. The batsmen go through for one, and that is the end of over number 9. 74 for 1. 40.
And feed your Cocker Spaniel.
Well, after these comments, I'm going straight out the room and feeding him, I can assure you. Leah, not to brag, Bennett. Quiet, Toby, quiet. But I'm a native German that got up for the start of every day of India's last tour of Australia. Now that's deranged. Excellent effort. Alternative porn bot. Want to hear Bennett and the Ninja one-on-one in Hong Kongapore? Oh, really? Alternative porn bot. It's too much. Rajesh Mohan. This is the approach you should lean into when the pitch is spicier. Ireland is showing no signs of fear. Hope they continue until the end. I am now going to feed my Cocker Spaniel, and I'll be back for the start of over 16.
One second, before you go, can you just go back on comment on Hong Kong, please? I lost that. What was that? Were they asking?
Yes, I don't think necessarily want to. It's rather unsavoury. It's from the alternative porn bot. So I think we'll let that one stay where it is.
No, that's fine. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that the spectators are pleased with what they're hearing. And anyway, this is Woxie comes in. Oh, it's down the leg side.
Wide.
It may be, called wide, although Balbirnie was going away on the leg side to sort of hit that ball. But
the ball was almost outside the pitch.
Yes, it was indeed. Woxie trying to follow him, and unfortunately on this occasion it was too wide. Wox not very convincing in today's outing, Anindo. 2 overs for 22.
No, not so far.
This one again on the leg side, trying to follow him, and the batsman equal to the task as he glides this one towards the fine leg area, and Balbirnie, the skipper, gets a boundary as Ireland move to 79.
He's batting really well.
He is indeed. He's kind of batting intelligent, isn't he? Like taking the singles, waiting for the loose balls. I think Paul
Finding
Sterling.
The gaps.
Yes. And they did kind of have a different sort of a strategy for Wood, weren't they? Moving away outside the leg stump, trying to use the pace. Paul Sterling was quite lucky. The ball previously where it went over Sam Curran, although he got his hands to it because his leg went over the boundary. It was a 6, but not very lucky the second time around, playing straight into the hands of Sam Curran. As the next ball is played on the onside by Balbirnie, and the batsmen go through for a single. Ireland 80 for 1. We are in the 10th over. Balbirnie on 30 of 26. Tucker looking good. 29 of 22. So almost going at 8 runs and over, Anindo. Good start.
Yeah, but really, really good start. And I hope Messi put my $5 on that.
Again, it's nicely played, tucked away. towards the long on area and the batsmen go through for a single. So you normally back any team that play against England. Is it usually Anindo?
No. It's just I asked Messi because I don't bet. So Messi gave me the odds on Zimbabwe the other day. So I asked him to put $5 on Zimbabwe, but that match went nowhere. So I was joking with him that you've got my $5, which I haven't ever sent. And now you can put it on Ireland at 16-1 or whatever they were.
Right. I mean, I don't bet either, but interesting to have those kind of conversations on commentary. This one's shortish delivery, played nicely, handsomely in the vacant mid-wicket stroke square leg area by Balbirnie, the skipper, looking to break away. That's a boundary. Do we have a jingle?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you.
If you put a fiver on Ireland, you're probably feeling cautiously optimistic right now.
Yeah, and it's for a good cause. I've told him whenever I win anything on that $5, it goes into the GPL.
Very good.
Good way of actually. Oh, this one's on the leg stump.
Nice.
He uses the pace, Balbirnie, and beautifully hoiks it over the long leg area for a mighty 6. What a way. The skipper is going on 40 of 28. Do we have anything for him there for the 6? Oh no. Right, okay, let's go on. Right. So Balbirnie slowly but surely gliding this innings across 91 for 1. We're in the 10th over. Andy Burney looking extremely comfortable now, and Stokes looking more and more increasingly expensive in his 3rd over. He's given away 25 runs. His 26th run coming off his 3 overs as Balbirnie again looking very comfortable by rotating the strike, Anindo. And that's the key has been in the innings. Being put into bat, Ireland at the end of over number 10, 92 for 1, and it's time to change for a commentary after 40. I'll be going on summary.
I'm going off as well, I think.
Nice to see you.
Well, that was 18 off that Wokes over.
Yeah, it was 18 off.
Off the halfway stage. Plenty of cause for optimism for Ireland. I think we're up to date on tweets. I think, understandably, I think everyone's done terrifically well to be
good job
in their tweets at this time of the morning. But I think we're up to date, Messi, as well.
Thank you, Forthy. Well done, mate.
Welcome back, Messi. Good evening.
Messi, don't forget my $5. Bye.
Well, I've actually put $5 on Ireland, but I put it on before the tournament. It was a bonus bet at 500 to 1 to win the
you're never going to win that one. I mean,
well, it was an each-way bet, so if they're runners up, I still get $3,000 or something ridiculous.
Okay.
So this should be a drinks break now, is it not?
I believe it is a drinks break.
Have a little look over at YouTube and see Brian in Brisbane, which is actually Brian in Northampton, Brian 001, I think, says Ireland must be enjoying the game rather than watching the rain that has cancelled a few of the earlier games. Indeed. I do think that England bring out the best in Ireland sometimes.
Well, there is that. I mean, the margins are so small in T20 anyway, but there's definitely been England have provided more than enough optimism for Ireland to feel optimistic.
Yeah, but it's always a question of the start, isn't it? Good morning, by the way, Alan. And,
good morning, Bennett.
Bessie.
Good day, Bennett.
Good day. You're up in the UK, aren't you, Alan? So it's quite early start for you.
It is 6:30 my time.
Yeah, it's Cardiff, right? You're in Cardiff, am I right?
No, I'm up in the northwest. I'm in the Wirral.
Okay, awesome. So I think the start is very important, because usually when you're off to a flyer, like the way Ireland have got, no matter which side you're playing for, it's a lot easier. I mean, like we saw Sri Lanka yesterday struggling because they didn't really have that kind of start, and the momentum. It's difficult to sort of come back in these big pitches, especially if you're not used to it. So anyway, Alan, I'll let you go on with the ball by ball.
So we got a new bowler, which will jingle in just a second. It's Liam Livingston, short and filthy, and able to be cut away, but only cut away for a single by Burney. So should we jingle up the new bowler? That second ball is more on leg stump. Attempted to be flicked away through towards deep square leg, but only hits Rashid on the 45 handle leg side, and again a second single.
Interesting passage of play here, Alan.
Certainly is. This one is a regulation leg break, which is again pushed to the covers. Easy rotation of strike, plenty of space on this big MCG ground. But certainly, I was wondering as Stokes was bowling his third over, and it was going for quite so many runs, that they'll have to find a different way of doing things. This is short and able to be slapped down towards a wideish long on. Alex Hale's there doing the fielding, but 4 balls, 4 singles so far.
So, Alan, given the way Liam Livingstone bowls, do you call him sorry?
That one is swing and a miss. Maybe give that one a bit more air, took a little bit of pace off, and
would you call him a wrist spinner, leg spinner, a mystery spinner, or what kind of spinner is he? Because he bowls both ways. Sorry.
That one is on the leg stump, and Balbirnie able to sweep the ball away, but Stokes is there. Deep backward square leg. 5 singles, 97 for 1 after 11 overs. I'll let Jez do some commentary, and then I'll kind of tell you what I think about Livingston in general, if you want.
Jay Grover says, given Anindo's previous profession, I'm calling bullshit on the not gambling thing. Oh, he's talking about theoretically other people's money. Carry on then. And Leah says, 6 a.m, Ireland humiliates the coloniser. 10 a.m, Irish reunification carried on a wave of Republican pride. We believe. And Mog says, the correct answer is England doesn't have spinners. I was going to ask about whether Moeen Ali is actually dead as a bowler these. Nah.
Interesting that he becomes now third choice de facto as Rashid bowls the first ball of over number 12. This is slapped to a wide long off, and they're able to get back for 2. So much space
I
to
think
take advantage of.
They keep Moeen Ali as more of a cushion, don't they? If anything falls back, he's more playing as a batter these days. And his batting has flourished so much, and they're the important part of the equation.
A bit more air by Rashid with this second delivery. Miss hit down towards long on, and that brings up the Irish 100 in 11.2 overs. A run rate of 8.8, so that puts us in 178-ish territory, I guess. A little bit more loop, a mistimed sweep shot by Tucker, but there are singles everywhere, and Hale's sort of deep square leg will allow us to be able to have another single of those singles. 101 for 1 halfway through the 12th. Rashid quickly about his business. This one more on the leg side, hit through a vacant mid-wicket area to a deep mid-wicket. Sam Curran there, flicking the ball underhanded in all-in-one motion. But again, a single.
Sensible piece of play by the Irish batters, rotating
Absolutely. Strike. And here come down the track in order to provide Bennett with a commentator's curse type moment. It squibs away off the inside edge of the bat.
I think it's important.
It squibs away safely, and again they're able to.
Sorry, from an Irish point of view, to play Rashid off. Sorry, go on.
Last ball of the over, played straight back to Adil Rashid, and he's out. I thought it was played along the floor, but that is a great caught and bowled by Adil Rashid, very low down.
No, it was a run out.
I think
it was a run out.
I think the pressure kind of got in the way, didn't he? Sort of they were playing so single, and it driven away. It had he had his hand outstretched. He hit his hand, and the non-striker was backing far too ahead. Very unfortunate way for Logan Tucker to get out. He was looking really good and breezy out there. 34 of 27 run out. Rashid lucky to get a fingertips on that, and Rowan Tucker goes out for 34.
The crowd says you're out.
So apologies there. Thought that I thought my eyes deceived me. Turns out they did deceive me. You should never go against your first instinct. I thought it went all along the ground. And is that our first non-striker run out by the bowler in the of the competition? I think it might
First
be.
of many, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can't recall another one so far. It's a bugger of a way to get out, isn't it?
Well,
Fortune
if
favors
there is,
the brave,
if-
I reckon.
if there is if there's a traditional way of getting out in that fashion, that was it. New batsman. Let's jingle Harry. Wood in, and Tector has a nibble. It was a nibble as the ball seemed away from him at 92 miles an hour. Difficult not to leave that one alone.
How long till you've watched a match with Harrys on both sides?
A pair of Harrys. Yeah, it's been a while. It shows how names come in and out of favour.
Yeah.
Apparently Gary is dying out.
Don't tell him.
It's funny that previous ball, gentlemen, like Lone Tucker, he was lifting his bat away and getting away from the ball almost. If he had that presence of mind to put his bat back in the crease, he may have escaped, but he was trying to evade the ball, and there he goes.
An edge by Tector. He had a nibble at the one before. He couldn't leave this one alone. 95 miles an hour. Too quick, too straight, too good. Tector back in the hutch for naught.
Woody does what he does best. Second wicket for Wood. And a really good one. Beaten by sheer pace on this occasion. Allen just outside the off stump and edged straight into the gleeful hands of Butler, who's had an amazing tournament behind the wicket.
There is a real difference in the pace of, let's say, a Wopes can provide and the variety of shots that can be played, and what Wood provides, and the not a physical discomfort but a cricketing discomfort that 90 plus miles an hour gives batsmen.
Agreed. I mean, I was watching yesterday's game where lesser known Rajitha from Lahiru Kumara from Sri Lanka almost killed Maxwell when you bowled like at hostile about 90 miles an hour, and the second time he hit him, I really thought he'd done some damage.
We're going to jingle up the new batsman in a second. This one has just gone slightly down the leg side, but wide enough to be a T20 wide. Shall we jingle up the new batsman? It's Curtis Camper.
Now who's this coming on? Camper waited. In South Africa he wasn't rated. In Ireland he is venerated. He worked hard so Camper rated toil.
104 for 3. With 2 wickets falling in consecutive overs. As Wood is in again, and that is a full pitch delivery which Camper is able to get over the top of backward square, and it will go all the way for 4.
It was in the air for some time there and quite perilously close to the cover field. Unfortunately for him, it was he just couldn't get airborne enough to get hands on, just slightly evading the hands of the outstretched David Malan in the cover point area.
Certainly, the Irish team are not going to walk away from this wondering what would have happened if they didn't take chances, as that is a steepling delivery into the chest of Camper, and he looks to try and pull it away, but he's on him too quickly, and there'll be no run. And as Camper breathes sigh of relief in order just to some first aid being administered. Maybe this has hit him on the helmet. Yes, it has hit him on the helmet.
His pace has been incredible, isn't he? I mean, the earlier game where he bowled 140 kph almost every single ball continuously for 4 overs. And the beauty of Mark Wood, I think he almost hit his stumps there, didn't he?
Well, we're just going through the process now of making sure that Curtis Camper is okay. That, of course, is our first concern, because that's hitting right in the grill. I was going to say unwelcome, but that's exactly what the grill is there for. You wouldn't want Gatting's nose, would you, Jez?
You certainly wouldn't.
That's a proper medical condition. That, did you know that? Gatting's nose.
Oh. I'll just use the opportunity to get a couple of tweets in. Old Fart at Play says, Gorilla Cricket is now the top choice on my Google feed after messy bears, swearing, weather and both ways. I should remind you, Old Fart, that a couple of hours ago you did say something about having responsibility for getting the kids breakfast a little later. Just a little nudge in case you might have forgotten that in the course of the night.
Just in case you might have been a bit too excited.
And Jay says, I'm getting the fear that Bennett is running a daytime TV talk show. Bagsy the first makeover because I'm hideous as all fuck. And we're back, aren't we? Yeah.
No, well, Wood is at the end of his run-up.
All right. Madam Mahone Sharma says, I'm remembering the 2011 World Cup match played in India in which England scored 327 and Ireland chased it in the last over and won by 3 wickets. The way Ireland is playing, things don't look good for England. Yeah, that's before they lost the last 2 wickets, I suspect.
Maybe. That one, high on the bat of Camper, outside edge. Genuine edge, down to third man, single taken. And 1 ball left of the over, and Camper may feel a bit more comfortable at the non-striker's end just for a while. So we're seeing some replays of Wood pitching the ball ever so slightly more to Harry Tector and inducing the edge and getting the dismissal. Run rate slightly come down with the 2 wickets. Bennett down to 8.5.
I think the wickets, the impact it has on the run scoring is just amazing, isn't it? And Wood has been the playmaker for England so far.
Balbirnie on 48 off 37 deliveries. A great job by him so far. Wood in for last ball of the over, and that is again tried to be nurdled down towards the third man area. Cannot beat the fielder, and so there'll be no run. Wood is 2 for 24 at the end of 3 overs, and that's the end of 12. Jez.
Jay says, oh, fucking hell, Gary is now going to create a necromantic zombie army of nailers who will fill the air with Beelzebub's flies, claiming improbable cricketing feats and always the unending scouse drone of utter bobbins. I gotta say, Jay, considering the time of night, you're doing pretty well in terms of your typing.
I was going to say that's very good. I wonder what would. I wonder how that might have started with 280 characters. But it's not a zombie army of nailers. It's a zombie army of Garys. It's a very different proposition. As Rashid is in for his 4th over, that attempted to drive square, but it takes a bottom edge and in the end just dribbles down towards long off, and they'll take a single. As the score predictor is telling us, 168 is their predicted total. We'll see how that goes. Just pushed into the covers, just to the left of Moeen Ali, which is all they need to take a single and move to Nelson.
There has been a certain amount of drop in score in last few overs, hasn't it, Alan?
Just a gentle squeeze being applied as Camphor takes a big step towards the off stump and uses that to be able to create an angle to sweep the ball away to deep backward square. Alex Hales is there. Camphor's on 7 and still in retention of all of his faculties after Mark Wood popped him in the Swede. Balbirnie on 49, and that is just turned away ever so beautifully towards square leg, and Balbirnie will be able to raise his bat. Great 50 off 40 deliveries, the anchor of this innings.
Very well played by Balbirnie. He's certainly been the rock of the Irish innings, a bit like Messi, what I was referring to, playing that handle of holding one end.
Well,
not going crazy.
He's with a strike rate of 120.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, he's both an anchor and a scorer,
yes,
which is the best of both worlds. This one's the googly, and Camphor doesn't pick it. He barely keeps the ball away from his stumps. I think that will be a single just enough bat onto that, but Camper didn't really pick that one at all, Bennett.
He didn't at all. That was a googly, wrong one coming in. Just going back to the kind of anchor innings, and I think this is a crucial sort of kind of knock for Ireland.
See, I don't see this as an anchor innings. I see this as a strong.
Yeah,
sorry.
Balbirnie is pushing the ball very wide of long off and is able to take 2 runs in order to be able to end the 14th over at 116 for 3. And Jez, now over to you.
Yeah, well, I see this as an innings an opener should be playing. 120 strike rate from an opener at this stage is actually very good. It's not like he's got 35 or 41, which would be a problem. Mog says, yeah, I hear Jay is as ugly as Ulfart too. Ulfart says, I've done the packed lunches and sausages are ready to go, drinking cider from a tin cup. The wife said she might get up. I'm the only English in an Irish home. Thanks for the reminder, Messi.
Yeah, so just going back to that, Messi, yes, I mean, this is, you're right, it's 120 odd, which is scoring at. That's the kind of innings that every team needs at the top of the order or wherever, like when we're discussing this before, this is what I was trying to say, not 35 or 45 balls, not the Aaron Finch kind of knock like yesterday.
Oh, that was painful, wasn't it?
Painful.
Oh.
It was like hitting a nail into the coffin, isn't it? That was, and he was so disgusted with himself openly, and he is lucky that Stonis came in and did that, sort of got them over the line.
Sam Curran
I felt sorry for him.
To bowl his second over. Camphor tries to come down the ground and to work into the leg side. It hits him on the pad, goes off into the offside. They'll take a leg by. Curran is coming to bowl just his second over, and it seems like I think Wokes' day might be done at 3 overs. They were incredibly expensive, 41 runs I think for the 3 overs he's bowled. Curran in.
That's correct.
Balbirnie makes room and slaps that away over the covers. Hales does good work, stopping the boundary at the at deep point. Saved 2 runs there. I think they've run for 2. They should have run for 2. They have run for 2.
So Ireland in for a good sort of build up of momentum here. They've got wickets intact. They've got few overs left. Interesting stage here, Alan. Are we set for some entertaining cricket in the last 5 overs?
What we really should be is Balbirnie steps to leg. Curran tries to follow him, and he's hit that ball high and deep, and it's gone all the way into the. It's gone all the way for 6. As we remain concerned for an English fan who was trying to take a catch. So that's 6 over deep square. The deep square.
He should get extra runs for hitting an English fan full in the chest. I reckon that's.
well, he's gone. Well, let's put it nicely. He's gone base over apex over his chair as well. As Curran is in again, and Balbirnie tries to just gently guide this one rather than the attacking intent earlier in the over, and it's he's missed that one and it's gone through to the keeper.
I just love the way this Balbirnie knock's turning out to be. He's mixed caution with aggression, hasn't he? And he's played well within himself, rotating the strike when the going was tough, and certainly putting the bad balls away, playing the more aggressive role after the loss of his partner Harry Tucker earlier.
Curran follows Balbirnie as he takes a step to leg. He's able to again to play that towards more of a long leg, and there's 2 more. The ball doesn't necessarily have to go to the boundary in order to keep the scoreboard moving, and 1s are easy 2s here, and England can't really stem the bleeding except with the taking of wickets. 1 ball left of our spell. There'll be a change at the end of this over as Balbirnie steps away to leg. Curran bowls the ball over the top of off stump. Balbirnie fails to make contact. And Jez, at the end of 15 overs, it's 127 for 3.
So I'll just do one last tweet to give someone a marker as to where we are. Jay Grover says 46 hours, Jeremy. That's what he's been awake. Fueled only by the power of the Lord. and substances, I suspect.
Yes.
You're right, Alan. It is an army of Garys. I just didn't want to repeat the word in the same treat. I've got to say, I am very impressed with your commitment to literary integrity, notwithstanding all the challenges, Jay. And Brian 001 is the next tweet. Thanks all.
Okie dokie.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Bennett.
Okay,
Thanks very much, Messi. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Bennett. And Al, we're returning your services. And Bear has moved into the summary seat. I have a little jerkiness on my feed, so occasionally I might miss a ball, but I'll do my best. Livingston in again, and that is the hoik over the shoulder, and it's gone for 4, turning into one of the most productive shots in one-day cricket these days. And Livingston's
bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to think whatever happens here, Ireland are going to put a score on the board, and scoreboard pressure can do funny things. You know, it's only a T20.
Can indeed. I mean, if it was another team, you might have them in the box seat at this stage. And why not Ireland? They're 131 for 3. In comes Livingston again, sees Camphor coming down the wicket and doesn't deliver. He's got a big smile on his face, and so's the batsman, and that's good, but could be seen as perhaps a little bit of gamesmanship on both sides. Anyway, here comes the delivery. It's the leg spinner, but seen all the way, fielded by Wokes on the boundary, and it just goes for the single.
I have a series of questions about what just happened, because in light of the bowler running out the non-striker, being out of the crease before the ball was bowled.
It's a contentious issue these days, and that is swept all the way down the throat of Alex Hales at long leg, and that is a very welcome wicket for England. It's the 4th wicket falls at 132.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent.
And it's Balburney, the man they really wanted. He's gone for 62 off 47.
That's a good wicket for England, isn't it? They really kind of needed that. If they can keep down to 160, 170, I think they should do it. But I mean, if Ireland can, I mean, that's it. Losing Balburney there's a bit of a shame. But I mean, if Ireland can push it up to near 190, 200, it's got pressure on any side. Doesn't matter how good you are.
100%. Yeah, definitely in with a shout here, which would really, well, it would put England's World Cup campaign under a lot of scrutiny. It's the equivalent of a draw or a defeat against a Morocco or a Tunisia in the group stage.
Well, England's football team have done that enough, so you know. And let's be honest, England's cricket team over the years have made these howling fuck-ups, and we don't expect it now. But I mean, we lost to Holland in a World Cup, didn't we? When Broad couldn't run out people when the ball was hit straight back to him from 22 yards, and Ireland have beaten us in a couple of World Cups, as you say.
It's George Dockrell at the crease, and he is bowled first ball, and Livingston is on a hat-trick. Very full, went past him, and suddenly the game has rather turned on its head.
Well, to send him off, I'll give him his jingle, because I didn't get to play it.
Dockrell's got muscles alive,
And his muscles can carry him back to the hutch.
That was essentially Yorked, wasn't he?
Yep.
That's, yeah. Did him in the air, bit of drift, slightly slower drift, and just got under his bat, I think. How did you read that one, Al?
It was, unexpected, I think, in terms of a Yorker length delivery from a spinner. And Livingston looks as happy as a cat who's got all the cream.
He's on a hat-trick.
He is on a hat-trick. I haven't got time to reach for the record books for England international T20 hat-tricks, but I have a feeling that there hasn't been one. Because I remember a player was on a hat-trick a couple of matches ago, and they said, well, there's never been one. That's the reason I'm saying that. I'm prepared to be contradicted.
Curran was on a hat-trick in the last game.
That was it, yes. And they said, well, this will be the first one if anyone does it for England. In a T20, of course.
It's quite an intimidating graphic, isn't it, with like the, I'm sure there's a heartbeat sync sound as hat-trick ball is flashing at me.
Yes, absolutely, for the bowler and the batsman.
Yeah, I mean,
they don't come along very often.
Just seems a bit,
hat-trick balls.
Graphically unnecessary.
The new batsman is Delaney, facing up to the hat-trick ball from Livingston, and it's a repeat of the previous ball, maybe just a touch fuller, and Delaney was not to be fooled and jabs his back down on it.
Nearly.
Smile. Yeah, not bad at all. Really good effort, actually.
I was going to say, at least he bowled a wicket-taking ball, which isn't what Curran did.
No, it's funny how often... Anyway, we'll get back to that in a moment. And that's a gameful. He's decided this is the way to go, Livingston, but it's a little more on the leg stump. It's just hit away through the vacant mid-on. And Livingston had his own feeling. That is an excellent over for England. 6 runs off it, but the crucial wicket to fall the 4th wicket down. Al on tweets?
No, I'm on tweets.
Sorry.
Yes, Jay says, Mog looks like my after rehab ideal. He's my inspiration. Alas, we can't all be devilishly handsome. The world needs its bottom feeders. It's all right, Jay. Mog says, Balburney, clearly harbouring anti-English sentiments there. Well, quite possibly. Message says, I'm in awe of your commitment to retaining literary integrity despite all the challenges. That's to Mog. Jay. Leah says, Balburney playing within himself. Click here. Was that supposed to be the porn bot? I don't know. Jay says,
Mark Wood is about to start. No, carry on.
Go for it. Sorry, I was looking down at the screen. You carry on.
No worries. I have maximum difficulty with Mark Wood. There was a ball earlier in the innings where it was in. Next thing I knew, it was in Joss Butler's gloves because he bowls so fast. So I managed to get that one. That's nudged off his pads by Delaney down to the man at fine leg, and that's Ben Stokes fielding in a rather uncharacteristic position down there, and they come through for 1 run.
Well, a lot of balls go down there, don't they? And you kind of want your best fielders in the place where the ball goes.
Thinking actually that virtually every team seems to be carrying an old iconic hero, don't they? Williamson, Stokes, Babar. I would have said perhaps even Virat Kohli before a few days ago, but not anymore.
Well, I think everyone's still capable. The older you get, as long as your eye's still there, if you're a batsman, it's not like you have to spend days in the field, is it? 20 overs is doable for most people if they keep themselves fit in their mid-30s.
It's just that the strike rate for some of those characters I've just mentioned have really slowed down as the years have gone on. Williamson and Stokes in particular. Okay, so there's a ramp shot, and it has gone. Where has it gone?
Down, very fine leg for 4 runs. Very good shot.
Very good indeed. Of course, Wood has ended up on the floor as is characteristic of him.
I mean, that's quite brave, isn't it? Taking that on.
Yeah,
against Mark Wood. Jeez, if you value your teeth.
Brave in every sense of the word. And remember, Wood's already knocked him on the helmet once as well. So
yeah.
Obviously, it hasn't knocked any sense into him.
No.
You have to be pretty brave to be a top-class international sportsman, I've always thought, just to be able to be mentally equipped to deal with the pressure as much as anything, as much as your skill set. Next ball from Wood, and that is heaved over his shoulder. Except
no,
it isn't.
He's tried the heave, and
he's tried the heave, but in fact it's it's LBW.
No,
caught by Butler down the leg side. So.
I told you I had a lot of trouble with my feed.
Yeah, yeah. He's tried to do similar sort of shot, but I think it's just too quick, and therefore it's just shaded the bat rather than come off the face, and been caught down. It would have been a wide if he'd have left it, of course, but good for England. Oh, I should give him a jingle, shouldn't I? He's out.
I won't look back. Just by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
And now,
now everything looks rather different.
It doesn't it? Very much so. I mean, that's 4 wickets in a couple of overs.
Yeah. Suddenly 138 for 6.
Now they're looking at 170. It'd be good from here, I think.
No, it'd be very good from here, I think. That's a rather tired cough from Al.
No, it's a. I had COVID about a couple of months ago,
and it's lingering.
And it's. I feel fine. But there's just a cough I can't shake.
Yeah.
Adair in, backs away, hacked down to the man who almost gets to it down there. That looks like
Wokes.
That looks like Phil Salt, I thought, down there for a moment, but no, it's Chris Wokes. Just one run off the first ball he faced from Wood. And if Wood is a nightmare for batsmen to face, if you've got a jerky feed, he's equally a nightmare. The next thing you know, ball's coming, it's gone. So apologies for that, for butchering that dismissal a couple of balls ago, but not much I could do about it.
Is this one's not on the free to air then?
No, it's not on the free to air. It's even worse. It's like 30 seconds behind on Foxtel. But I saw that one well enough, and it's gone down, beating the man at point, and it's gone all the way for 4. So there's life in Ireland yet.
There is indeed.
And that was 4 from Delaney. So they've got 2 relatively fresh batsmen at the crease, just when they need to really accelerate, which is far from ideal, but he hit that one well enough.
And just ideally placed, giving maximum incentive but no chance for 2 fielders.
Actually, it was a pretty awful bit of fielding on the boundary from Curran. He really ought to have done better with that one, but looking at the replay there. Last ball, I think, of Wood's over, and it's a bouncer, which has careered off some element of the anatomy, possibly the helmet of Delaney. And gone down to fine leg.
It's been
given as
given us a leg bye. Yeah.
But has it also been given as a no ball?
No. It's come off his helmet, so it's classified as a leg bye.
Yeah.
But because it's come off his helmet, there will now be a short interlude while helmet is replaced and head of batsman is checked.
Indeed, quite right too. Protocols should be observed. How are we doing on the text?
Well, Imagine has told me something that I did wonder. He's just noticed that Therese Coffey is no longer UK Health Minister, which is a good thing.
That's right, Steve Barclay.
Steve Barclay, Christ, he's anonymous.
Jesus.
But
out to the frying pan and into another frying pan.
Well, yeah, so with Therese Coffey, who's now Environment Minister, which probably won't go very well either. She's a fucking complete nut job. Hombre Nuevo, he may have done Ireland a massive injustice with his GPL prediction. You may well have done. Although they're slowing down a little bit now.
Just while you're looking for the next one, Bear, it looks as if there was a faintest of tickles on the bat from that last ball before it hit the helmet.
No. That was the out.
It was
the Wood wicket down the leg side. Yeah.
Proof of the tickle.
Proof of the tickle.
Proof of tickle. Yes.
Jay Groves just googled T20 hat tricks. Malaysia and Malta both have one. Thus England are shite.
Nicely observed. Malaysia and Malta. Okay. Who was? Okay, that's good. In comes Livingston after his great success in the last over, and that's manoeuvred away by Delaney into the covers, and they come through for 1 run. Livingston's been an inspired introduction. He's 2 for 12 off his 13 balls so far.
Seems to be confusing, doesn't he? So we've got 2 men deep on the offside, 3 men deep on the leg side, covering for a good 200 degrees as he fails to bowl again.
Fails to bowl again. That's it's a very severe haircut, perhaps emulating Sam Curran's attempt. So maybe that's the way to go in this England team. That is played down to long on by Adair, where possibly Stokes comes into field.
Yes.
Hard to tell on the screen. And they come through for 1 run.
A little slip by Adair as well. I think they'd come tried 2 if he hadn't.
Yeah, it did look like they ran the first one hard for that.
That's nicely bowled again, bowling well under pressure here, Livingston, and all they can do is get it down to Ben Stokes again at long on. So rinse and repeat. That's another 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over.
They need a little bit more than this to end, don't they?
They do indeed. They need to find something from somewhere, as Sri Lanka did last night, but wasn't enough for them either. That's played out in the leg side, down for 2. Bit of fielding from Sam Curran out there.
Sun seems to come out a little bit in Melbourne over there, Forthy, as well. There's a little bit of washing.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to risk the old cliche, 4 seasons in one day, you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Hang around for 10 minutes and it all changes.
What's
never boring here.
What's the temperature in Melbourne today?
Temperature's around about 19, 20 today.
That's all right then.
It's
quite pleasant for these two teams.
Livingston pitches it almost a half volley on leg stump. There's a big wahoo, and the man gobbles it up. Looks like it's Sam Curran, and it's a wicket. So that is Ireland collapsing in a heap here. 149 for 7. Adair goes for 4 of 4, and Livingston takes his 3rd wicket. He's now 3 for 16.
I mean, that's the handy thing about this English lineup when you think about it. I mean, there's 7. I mean, if you include Livingston, there's 7 bowlers. So if someone does bowl bad, there's plenty of room to manoeuvre it about.
Yeah, 100%.
He's bowled well today. He's bowled well today.
He has
Livingston.
indeed. He looks as if he's one of those characters who thrives under pressure, wouldn't you say, Al, Livingston?
I think he likes the big stage.
He likes the big stage. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's he's been very straight. He's not really given an awful lot of width. Adair's tried to sweep that away and point that away more on length than anything else.
Yeah, and he's bowled very full as well, hasn't he? I mean, Adil Rashid keeps dropping it short and they keep putting him, whereas he's really put it up there.
Looks like he's brimming with confidence, Livingston, so he should be 3 for 16 off his 17 balls so far. He's got 1 ball of this over left, and that will complete 18, and Ireland will be struggling to get to 170 now. Played out by McCarthy to the man at point. They come through for a single, and Ireland puts up Ireland's 150. They're 150 for 7 with 2 overs to go.
So I was commentating on when Ireland got to 100, and that was in the 11th over.
Yeah, exactly. They've gone nowhere very fast. Right, let me get some jingles in. Anna Forsyth wanted me to play Camphor jingle when she missed it when she was out. She wanted me to play it when he was out. Sorry, I missed that tweet and I didn't. I apologise.
But hang around, he's going to bowl. And he won't play it then either.
Well, I might do if I'm on air, you never know. Ant-Man 1805 says, and shame on you, Livingston, was the way through typing, we're doomed. Now, England have really pulled it back here. Mog says the collapse is on. Yeah, kind of looks that way. Old Fart Play says the older child will be up soon. I will say Ireland are doing well. He will say, has anyone seen Dave Allen on Teenagers? So funny. Oh, no, he won't say that. Dave Allen. Dave Allen was an old trooper, wasn't he? He used to sit there smoking like a chimney.
He did, yeah, and he had a little glass of whiskey by his side as well. Sam Curran's in for the start of the 19th over, and that's played down on the leg side by McCarthy. They're going for 2, and direct hit would have seen the run out, but Livingston can't affect it, and Butler can't gather it cleanly, and it is 2. So yeah, fine.
Good attempt though by Butler, wasn't it? He does that back of the hand flip thing.
Yeah, there's a series of arms in the England team that you don't necessarily want to take on, and Livingston is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Stokes is another.
Yeah.
Some strong lads.
McCarthy has a look round, surveys his options. Where's he going to put this one? Curran, who's proving to be a very good death bowler, and he bowls him. Wasn't expecting that. It was effectively a low full toss, which of course can be a very effective weapon at this stage of proceedings. And Ireland lose their 8th wicket for 152. McCarthy's gone for just 3 off 3.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
He's just taken a half step down the track. And the ball's hit right at the base of the stump, hasn't it, Forky? It's
yeah. I must admit, I am impressed by Curran at the death. He's proving his variations. It's a bit like Ringo Starr in the Beatles. He will tailor his drumming to suit every track. Curran will tailor his bowling to suit every situation. He's not a formula bowler. That's what I like about him.
Yeah. He certainly, I mean, he was good, and then we just thought, I think when he came back, I said this earlier in the tournament, when he came back this summer, he looked a bit rusty and Sam can't remember, but he's come into form right at the right time.
Indeed he has. It's Fian Hand. I hope I'm pronouncing Fian correctly. Always a danger with some Irish names. It's Fionn. He's an ingenue.
It's probably
the
means
new kid on the block. It's only his, I think, his 4th T20. Comes down the wicket, but can only play a defensive shot. There's a stutter. There's a yes, no, but they come through for the run. And that probably wisely gets Delaney, the more experienced hand, back on strike.
Let me play Fion's jingle.
The speed of this hand will meet many eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Hand's job is really to hand it to Gareth Delaney, who's he's got a good strike. He's got a good historic strike rate of about 131. They need a few lusty biffs to get them right up from here. See if they can do it. Curran in again, round the wicket, and that's again another canny ball which Delaney can't connect with. Straight through to Butler. Dot ball like gold dust at this stage.
It is so difficult coming in at number 10. There's 9 balls left in the innings.
Yeah, what you gonna do?
And do something. Go on, do something.
Yeah. It's like Harry Redknapp when the sub asked for his instructions. Just run around up front, mate.
Put it in the net.
Put it in the net. If it comes your way, in comes Curran again.
Oh, that's terrible.
Really backs away this time. Oh, that's an awful bit of fielding. Awful bit of fielding from Wood in the gully. Just lets it go through his hands, and they'll come back for 2, if not 3.
3,
Looks
I
like
think.
3.
Stunningly terrible.
Absolutely awful. I mean, you forgive Mark Wood a lot because he's such a great guy and he's bowling so fast, but that was terrible fielding.
We're not going to forgive him that. Unforgivable.
Went straight through him. It's terrible.
Where's his long barrier?
Exactly.
Where's his long barrier?
Where's your long barrier?
Where's your long barrier, man? Last ball of Curran's over. Last ball of Curran's spell. So only will have bowled 3 overs, which I think is underdoing it for Curran. Actually, I think he should have bowled his entire allotment. But there's quite I won't say an embarrassment of riches, but quite a few options for England these days. In he comes, and he's bowled him, and he is out. Fian Hand has gone. He's gone for 1 run off 2 balls, and the 9th wicket for Ireland falls. 156 for 9 with 1 over to go.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Yeah, I don't feel they missed a trick here, haven't they? I mean, as you say, 100 odd for 1. They should have gone on to get 180, 190, and
well, if you offered them 160 at the start of the innings, they probably would have taken it.
Yeah.
But if you'd have offered them 160 at halfway, they would have laughed in your face there.
Yeah, well, they would have done exactly that. Maybe I'll try and get some quick tweets in. Is there anyone who isn't a fucking nut job in the UK government? Asked Mark. No, there isn't. They're all batshit crazy. Cricket Take says England have got out of jail here. The bowling looks like they always need to be on top of their game to defend any scores. That's kind of true. Livingston thrives under pressure. When, Forthy? Asked Colin Suter. Jay has just read the new cabinet. I wish to say something witty, satirical and amusing. Sorry, no dice. Yeah, it's probably horrified you as much as anyone else. Dave Allen's whiskey with tea with ice. He weren't a drinker. Tabs are real, man.
Really? I did not know that. It's Ben Stokes in for the last over of the innings. It's full and it's wide, but just wide enough so it's not a wide, if you get my drift, and they can only steer it out into the offside for a single. And that's not the result they want, because that gets Delaney off strike and the number 11 batsman, who is Josh Little, onto strike.
Who has a jingle that's quite amusing and very strange.
Here it is.
I am Joshua Little.
Yeah, I don't. Very weird. Leah,
is that a tribute to Stuart Little? I'm not sure.
I think it might be.
I think it might be.
It's Ben Stokes in again. No, you can't lay a bet on that. Too good for thee, son. Except he has. He's got a little tickle. He's got a little tickle, and that's the end of the Irish innings. They are all out with 4 balls left.
Who'd have thought?
157 all out. Little goes for none. Delaney stranded on share.
And they subsided a lot there. Yeah, I think it's just caught the glove, hasn't it? Butler knows.
Yeah, just a little tickle.
And you know, Stokes has got 1 for 8 in 2.2 overs. I mean, the bowlers today aren't the bowlers you'd have thought. I mean, I suppose Woody got a couple, and Sam Curran's bowled all right. But Stokes and Livingston have really pulled up stumps for the rest of the guys.
I mean, whisper it that England look as, I mean, what should we say? Certainly they're contenders. You wouldn't rule them out of being contenders for this trophy. They're pretty organised, competent, experienced, with a lot of options up their sleeve unit. So we'll see. Anyway, they haven't won this one yet. They need 158.
They'll feel
from here on in.
Yeah, feel a lot more comfortable with 158 though than what was staring down the barrel of 190, 200 at one point, weren't they? So
no, 100%.
And against a better team, that halfway score will be converted to 200. So it's cool.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Fionn is actually pronounced Finn. The O is silent, so we now know.
I thought I'd get that wrong. Yeah. Finn it is, right.
Finn. So why not just spell it Finn? Bloody Irish. Anyway, Jay Grover says, whenever Forthy starts talking about music, I feel like I'm in a pub with Stephen Hawking and a few beers. He reckons I'll get his new string too. I think it's quite good, actually.
Oh, okay.
Mog, it's a genuine struggle not to mention hand job when doing Hand's jingle. You should have done, Mog. I'm disappointed, to be fair. And I think that brings us up to date with the tweets.
Al, do you want to summarise where we're at halfway through the match?
I will tap dance slightly while I try and find all of the necessary information.
Oh, well, don't worry about that.
No, don't. Bear with me.
Okay.
Very much an innings of 2 halves, though. I think we can all agree on that. First wicket to ball was that of Paul Sterling. Caught Curran down at deep third man. Bowled Wood for 14. Then a great second wicket stand until Tucker was quite fortunately run out.
Unfortunately, fortunately if you're English, unfortunately if you're Irish.
For Tucker, for Tucker Jenkins. Run out by the bowling hand of Rashid. He was run out for 34. Then Tector was caught Butler bowled Wood for no score. Balbirnie, who was kind of the hub of the wheel of the innings, he was out. Next, caught Hales bowled Livingston for a really good 62, and when he left, it was 132 for 4 at that stage.
And what over was that in? Does it say when it was?
When it was, that was after 15.3 overs.
And they were what, 132?
132. So they were 103 for 1 on the last ball of the 12th innings.
132 for 3 and the 15th over. I mean, in the last 5 overs they've only scored another 26 runs.
Yeah.
5 overs and lost the rest of their wickets. I mean,
so if you consider that they were 103 for 1 and they've gone to 157 all out.
Yeah, happens in T20.
So that's 57 for 9 in a shade over 8 overs.
Yeah. Oh well.
So Balbirnie and Dockrell went in consecutive balls because Dockrell was bowled Livingston for no score, Golden Duck. Camphor was the next one to go. Caught Butler down the leg side, bowled Wood for 18. Wheels really coming up at this stage. Adair caught Curran, bowled Livingston for 4, sort of deep mid wicket. McCarthy bowled Sam Curran for 3. Hand bowled Sam Curran for 1. Trying to move the score along, trying to be able to get the score. Maybe what they should have been doing was trying to get Delaney back on strike, but they weren't. And then the last wicket to fall just now, Little caught Butler bowled Stokes for no score. Stokes is 1 for 8 off 2.2 overs. Wokes, hideously expensive, 41 runs off 3 overs. Wood 3 for 34. Curran 2 for 31. And probably would have only bowled 3 overs. Rashid 0 for 24. And Livingston, the surprise package 3 overs, 3 for 17. So effectively, this real Jekyll and Hyde effect that T20 can provide.
Thank you very much, Al. That's fantastic.
Right.
Thing is, there's such a fast turnaround there, and we've had the delay. They'll be back on in 5 minutes.
Well, I was just thinking that.
Just while we're waiting, I know that we've probably got several contenders for the rudest.
Oh, now we should see who's going to.
GLC, but I was just going to say I'd like to put forward a suggestion for the most polite and good-mannered commentator. I'll give it to Bennett, in fact. So there we are.
So
just my suggestion.
We should go through the GPL here because this is quite important.
Oh, GPL, yes.
If Hombre Nuevo has got a chance of winning, obviously England need 315. He's got 317. So I guess if they're 1 run behind and hit a 4, is that right? So then they will win by 2, and then so if England require 1 run to win and they win it with a 4, then Hombre Nuevo will win. If England lose narrowly, Messi is in with a shout, and possibly Emily Elizabeth.
There's always a bit of debate about this, though, isn't there? Because Ashwin looks as if he'd scored a 4.
Well, I thought
Indian, but apparently he hadn't.
No, well, I thought he had, and I went to check the score because I thought I was going to have to pay out Messi Jez, which I'm sure, if he's listening, was thought that was the case too. But the only thing I can think of is they ran because he didn't hit it cleanly, did he? He chipped it up and over.
I'm pretty sure Ashwin didn't win.
What do you mean?
I'm sure a 4 wouldn't have been enough. I needed 5.
Oh, did you? I thought you needed 4.
But isn't what happened that he got the run before the ball crossed over?
Precisely. I mean, I think that's what happened.
At that point, they had 1.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what happened. But I thought it was more.
I'm not really convinced that that's the way it should have been. It should have been construed there.
Well, take it up with the ICC, Bennett.
Well, no, because but the game ends when India win. If he got the single before the ball hit the boundary, essentially India won when he got to the other end because they got the single.
That's common sense, but it's not logic, isn't it? Anyway, this is just.
Well, it is. I think it is Bennett on this occasion because say if he then turned for the second and for whatever stupid reason he wasn't counting or something and then got run out. You might say, well, does the wicket? Does that mean the Pakistan win because they got the wicket?
Well, no, no, that's what I mean. The first run then counts, obviously, because you're run out, and the runs that you score before you're run out count. So if you're run out going for a 3,
that's true.
2 counts.
There used to be a rule in baseball that even if you'd hit the run, so if you'd hit the ball and sort of ran to first base, and it meant that the winning run had scored, you still needed to be safe at the base. The game didn't end as soon as the run crossed the plate. And there's a famous play called Merkel's Boner from the early part of the 20th century, where he was adjudged out 20 minutes after he'd hit the ball that scored the winning run because the crowd had come onto the pitch. He'd ran off and was tagged out at second base. Lots of controversy about that, which meant I think they ultimately changed the rules. But yeah, just interesting about how when is the game over? And like you said, all the common sense in the world is you've got your 1 run, so that's your lot.
Yeah, exactly.
I think whatever the common sense or the logic we have, end of the day, it's just the ICC bringing the rules, isn't it? You may agree or not, however, just go with the flow, I guess. Sometimes we love the game, so we analyze a little bit more. The common sense and your thing doesn't really make much of a difference.
Well, no, sometimes it doesn't.
It came into play, though, of course, famously in the 29 World Cup final. What was it? For 5 runs, or wasn't it 5 runs?
Yeah, well, it was. Yeah, well, the rule there was that if obviously because it crossed the boundary, it counted because it was an accidental play.
But if you think about it, like we are English supporters or whatever we're from the UK here, so we want England to win. But if you think about it from a New Zealand's point of view or from an outsider's point of view, the ball hit Stokes' bat and went down to the boundary, right? So you can interpret that in a different way. However, the rules of the law, and again,
Well, yeah, but the laws of the game, sir, if it's accidental, you can run.
Yeah.
Much like the other night, actually, because I couldn't understand it when that no ball in the India-Pakistan game hit the stumps and they ran 3. I was like, surely the ball's dead when it hit the stumps.
I was going to say the same. I stayed up that night wondering how in the wide world could that be possible.
But apparently that's a law change. So
I will let you go.
Yeah, well, you're taking over, Bennett, on ball by ball.
Yes,
Forthy's going to join you, and Jason's going to come in and take over from me.
I am indeed. Good morning to all of you out here, listeners in Europe, and greetings. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. It's Bennett Olusegun here with the affable Ian Forthy keeping me company. Looking for Jason, who will be joining us shortly. What a game this turned out to be, Forthy. It's going to be an exciting one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it should be. If England play to their full potential, it won't be, because they'll knock it off as they were doing, a year or two ago. But
Yes.
nothing stands still, and England have shown some vulnerability. They're without some of their, that Johnny Bairstow and their Jason Roy, so they're entering a transitionary period. Ireland have certainly got a chance here.
I agree. Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Slightly sleep deprived from trying to work out when exactly I had to wake up to get in here for a rain-affected game.
Were you secretly hoping it was going to rain and we didn't have to wake up?
Well, no. The worst thing I was thinking was, how long do I need to leave before when they restart? Anyway, I shall play some jingles. This guy, I think, is going to open the bowling.
Little. Still little. Anyway, what's you?
I'm Joshua Little.
Well, thank you for that. So as you come back here, it's Little who'll be bowling, opening the bowling for Ireland. The skipper Josh Butler and Alex Hales on strike outside the off stump, moving away. So lack of pace there, 79 miles per hour, and Josh Butler looking intently at the pitch, kind of stood up and moved away. And England are off. Paul Rifle, the former Australian fast bowler who's standing at the head umpire's position. Adrian Holstock, is the umpire at the square leg area. 2 experienced umpires who are in charge of the game today. You can hear Forthy's Cocker Spaniel in the background, just in case you're wondering what the noise is. But it's just keeping us company, Sometimes we get bored early morning here. So there you are. Little comes in. Oh, he's edged it. Josh Butler flirting dangerously outside the off stump previously. Faster delivery on this occasion. Butler beaten outside the off stump, going for a wild swing. That was not necessary, gentlemen, at this part of the game. Unfortunately, England lose their skipper, and the first wicket falls without any runs on the score. And Jason, what do you think of that dismissal?
This is what I think about.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
It just beggars belief, really. I know there's the idea of being positive and getting off to a good start, but second ball, that really wasn't necessarily the expansive shot that should have been played, I don't think.
But considering that the first ball, he was a little bit kind of amused at the way the pitch was behaving. I mean, this is what Butler sort of unfortunate. However, England have a long way to go. Lost their captain Alex Hales, not looking really in too much of a great form these days, hasn't it, gentlemen?
A lot's going to depend on this guy who's just come to the crease to anchor an innings now.
David Malan.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Malan, congratulations.
We were actually speaking quite a bit about playing anchor innings and building an innings earlier on in commentary. So spectators, please, get your views in. Wherever you are, we like to hear what your thoughts are. Well, my thoughts are pretty simple. Building an innings around somebody is important. We've seen that even in the previous innings where the skipper Balbirnie played a captain's knock in and everyone played around him. Again, left arm over. This one's outside the off stump, swinging way away outside the left-hander's off stump, and the umpire stretches his arms, gets a bit of exercise, and calls that a wide. So a lot of swing here for him, Little here, Jason.
Yeah, that one was way outside off stump and went wider. The wicket for Butler was one that they expected to swing and actually just held its line very slightly.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of variation about.
The change of pace as well. His very first ball was 79 miles per hour. Then it was 84, the one that got marked. This was 86, the one that went away. And now he's getting his line a lot better there. Nice, lovely loopy action, doesn't he, gentlemen? Lovely action. I like his action, the way he comes into the wicket, loopy, and a good swinging bowler. He looks like enjoying the Australian conditions. England 1 for 1 as Malan off the strike. Malan will be crucial, as you mentioned earlier. Jason, Malan will be crucial to this chase. They've lost their skipper. They've got plenty of batters to come. Stokes at 4, Harry Brook at 5, young Harry Brook. Then we got Livingston and Moeen Ali. What a performance Livingston had with the ball. This one again swinging viciously from outside the off stump, way to the wicket keeper. No chance of a run. What do you think of Liam Livingston's performance today, gentlemen? How was it performance?
His bowling was a bonus, I think. It's very variable. It can be brilliant, or it can be absolutely hit out the park. Today was just one of his better days.
Come. I'm not sure whether he would have got a chance to bowl or not had Woxie had a good day. In the office. Unfortunately, Woks had a bit of an unfair day, and there he was, Liam Livingstone capitalizing his chance, picking up 3 important wickets. As the next ball is played back to the bowler, and he picks up no run as Ireland are 1 for 1, and they're in the first over. Liam Livingstone coming into the side has certainly balanced it quite immensely, hasn't it? With his bowling, batting, and of course his fielding.
Well, he's taking up the bowling slots that Moeen Ali would generally have bowled in the past, with Ali and Rashid bowling them the majority of the spin.
Sorry, yes. Moeen Ali, I apologize for that. My boy is trying to get something in the room and he's quite conscious of the camera. Yes, so that's the end of the first over. Ireland off to a very good start here. 2 for the loss of 1 wicket. Over to you, Forty.
Well, still, I think it makes us all very human, doesn't it? Cocker spaniels, small children, people looking for cups of coffee, and so on. Jay Grover seriously wants to know from Al, what was that baseball incident called? Now, it did sound fascinating. I understand. I'd quite like to find out a bit more about that. Messages: the ball's only dead when hitting the stumps when it results in a wicket falling. That is definitively correct. Cricket takes. The moment the batsman crossed, the game was over. The free hit bowled was pretty clear. Can't believe that was even a talking point. Sorry. Jay Grover, I think Forty's affable. Get the lad talking about urban planning in Coventry. Man's a fucking beast. That's absolutely 100% correct. Thank you. Don't get me started on urban planning in Coventry after the war. Absolutely correct. Have we still got time for one more? Looks like we might have. Mike Taylor. Given that Tory MP Lee Anderson says 30p is enough for a square meal, Rishi Sunak's wealth could feed every man, woman and child in the UK 3 meals a day for 12 days and have £20 million left over for digestif. Britain, prepare for a feast.
Right, the new over, Adaya bowls, hit uppishly towards the mid-on area and is running away from the fielder as he chases, gives it a good chase, picks up and throws in. The batsmen come back for 2.
3.
For 3, yes, 3 runs. A good sort of 3 runs there for Malan, make him feel good. Alex Hill's not even faced a single ball. So just going back to the comments, please feel free, spectators, viewers, whoever, armchair cricketers, get your views in. Let's keep Forty busy. This morning we want to sort of he's down under, so he's woken up, he's alive and
I'm fine,
alive
yes.
and sort of we're unlike Jason and me. We just sort of woken up quite early here in the UK. So the whole idea is being interactive. As here he comes, Dyer outside the off stump, shortish delivery, nicely played by Hales. Good first shot there, and there was an easy ball for picking there as it goes into the deep cover area. And Hales is off the mark. England 6 for 1. I mean, your views are very important for us. We are just doing this, just trying to keep you entertained and give you the game of cricket live to you wherever you are. So whether good, bad, or ugly, we won't take it personal. Go for it. We are here to keep you company as well.
Yep.
As Adaya, second over of the innings, and England looking to score around how many runs and over? Around 8 runs and over. Are just around sort of off to a shaky start. Bit of a shock losing The skipper, this one's again good swing there, Jason, for both these bowlers.
Yeah, it was fired across him. Is it a wide? No, probably
it's
not.
Wide, no.
Just inside the advisory line. But yes, it was no chance for Milan to get anywhere near it.
No chance at all. I mean, the captain Balbirnie, fabulous knock there. He held the innings together. You know, he started off cautiously, and then when his partner Tucker was out, he took the aggressor's road and certainly did his team well, taking it to 157. And the next one is outside the off stump, shortish delivery. Malan on the back foot, hitting it, going aerial, but he placed it. It wasn't convincingly placed, but he knew where he wanted the ball to go. And the batsman come back for 2. A good over here, gentlemen. They've taken 7 runs off the first 4 balls here of a dice over.
Yeah. I was saying it's been a bit of a tournament of mistimed shots over the infield, and a lot of threes and a lot of plugs and so on.
And it's I mean, a player like Malan, that's a good delivery from Adaya. And Malan acknowledging that he was looking to hit it on the up. This is the kind of ball that he normally would gracefully put away, but this time he looks hard at the bowler, acknowledges as there was a bit of deviation. He was expecting the ball to go round, and I almost clipped his off stump on that occasion. Malan lucky. Oh wow, what a close shave.
Yeah, you'd feel unlucky if you got out to that, because it's an absolute peach of a ball. But it's just gone over the top of off stump.
That's a. You think he's got him there, has he?
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. No. That was a beautiful delivery there by Adaya to end the over. It just sort of swung sharply across him, and for a moment I thought he got an edge. Wonderful piece of swing bowling by these 2 Irish openers, gentlemen.
Yeah, superb. Yeah, I better get some tweets in. Leah, this is Bazball, all caps. Josie Oak, the collapse is on. We're doomed. Goes without saying, Josie Oak. Mog, the collapse is fucking on. Okay, we get the message, guys. Cricket takes. Is there any player of Sri Lankan origin to have played for England? Good trivia question. I can't think of one.
Well, I can answer that. There was one that came close with Gihan Mendes.
That's the one I was going to name as well.
For ages. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in England colours. It lost of England A cricket and plenty of Lancashire cricket. I apologise to have to cut you short, 40, but this was
no problem.
A cross-batted shot by Alex Sales. Didn't really sort of look very stylish, but he timed and placed it meticulously there on the back foot, bit cramped up, but he knew where he was heading. He would have looked really clumsy had that ball gone on the air, but he placed it nicely. Hales due for a big score here. He has to repay the faith that has been shown on him. He's played a lot of big bash cricket here. Very experienced campaign in the T20 circuit, and he will do himself good to cement his place in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Looked a little bit shaky earlier on in the last few innings. Again, that was his point of weakness. I pointed this out very early. Outside the off stump, on this fast pitches, he looks very unconvincing.
Well, he looks very flat-footed, to be fair. I mean,
he doesn't move his feet, doesn't he?
No,
he doesn't move his feet.
That's his strength, is that he plants himself with a good base and hits through the ball. Now, if you get him to get that length where he does require to move his feet to get at the ball, then he looks very ordinary indeed.
He does, and I think clever bowlers, clever teams will find him out very, very easily. And this one, he's lucky there. He sliced that one outside the off stump, but he found the gap on that occasion between short cover and shortish third man, and the batsman come through for 2. Not sure whether he's looking very convincing enough here, Alex Sales.
I thought, we're just checking the replay of that, I thought that was a drop catch. Yes, it was.
Oh, yes, it was indeed. Well spotted, Jason. I thought it went in the air. Didn't sort of spot the fielder there. Yes, so Alex
went with one hand. Should have gone with 2.
Yeah, it was the skipper, wasn't he? Or was it not?
Balbirnie. Was it Balbirnie?
So the fielder there on the occasion getting hand to it. So Alex is living dangerously. As we were saying, again, it goes the aerial route. The ball's skied up in the air. There's a fielder converging, and he takes it comfortably. So I'm not sure if it's the commentator's curse or not. I apologize, Alex Sales fans, but certainly it was a painful stare at the wicket for Alex Sales. Didn't look convincing. Short ball, and the ball before he was dropped, and on this occasion little draws blood here. and getting his man Alex Sales as the ball was hit high in the air, and England in a perilous situation in the third over, 14 for 2. Jason.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
This is not a confident start by England at all. I mean, okay, fair play. Ireland have bowled very well, but the two major guns at the top of the order are now gone, and there's a lot going to rely now on Brooke at 5, on Milan at 3.
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes is not in particularly good form either at 4. So England have got a lot of work to do now to get over the line.
And gentlemen, very often when I had this podcast earlier on with the Bear Bishop show, I was concerned with these two batting together in a situation like this, because Ben Stokes at this position, he takes his time to get going, and so does Malan. Already has taken 9 balls for his 6. So this period of play will be important for the Irish team, because they can actually come back strongly if they take a wicket or 2. But the English batting order runs deep all the way down to Moeen Ali, Sam Curran coming in at 9. So certainly it'll be a force to reckon with. Forty, have you got anything to quickly sort of say before we...
Yeah, Jay saying Jos Buttler's crimes are finally karmically catching him up. Also, whilst I'm aware this might not have been the intention, that Josh Little jingle makes me want to crack out the Goon Show. Blue bottle were mint.
Little comes in, immaculate line and length there with a nice angle. I like this boy's action. I love his bouncy approach to the wicket, and I like what I'm seeing here. He's a clever bowler. Picked up the 2nd wicket, both the openers there. Little under his belt. He's doing yeoman service for his country. As Irish, can they upset the English here today?
Yeah, he's quite nice side-on action, which helps him get the swing back into the right-handers.
A bit like a Willie kind of an approach, isn't it? But I like what I'm seeing here. So the last ball of this over, as Little comes in again, attacking the stumps outside the off stump, and Malan shoulders armed, watches the ball go through. So end of over number 3, England winning the toss, inviting Ireland to bat, 157 all out. 14 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 3. 40, what have you got?
Question directed at you, Bennett. Jay asks, can I sell you a shower curtain? He is, as far as we know, the only man to have shower curtain GC merchandise in his house, Jay. Old fart at play, have to wake the Irish wife up. Any advice? Well, one shouldn't intervene between a man and his wife, is my advice. Mog collapsed on. And Josie Oak, as I said, the collapse is on. And, Daniel, and Messi just replying to Daniel Brettig's tweet, Morgan commentating while Hale's batting at the moment if you're near a TV, and Messi just replies, karma. So I've had a couple of karmic comments on the tweets.
Wonder what Morgan's allegiance will be, right? He's the English captain, formerly captain, but he's Irish by birth, isn't he? So here he is, with a bit of a change in the bowling. They're keeping back at bringing on McCarthy, and Malan nicely places this one convincingly towards the square leg area, and the batsmen go through for 1. Hales' brief stay at the wicket was not really convincing, wasn't he? We were talking about his footwork, we were talking about the way he was moving, almost predetermining his fall.
But it's funny you should say that, Bennett, because Jay's also written in saying, Bennett, I was about to ask you why you were so down on Hales. Then he does that. He also adds a little expletive in brackets. Sorry, you are wise, I am dumb.
Jay, you just love my sort of comments. I like the way you always pick on me. Either you love me, it's just love-hate relationship. But you know what, Jay? I just love your comments. Keep them coming. It just lifts me up if I can say something to make you comment. That's the whole idea. Thank you. Keep them coming. England, 15 for 2. Ben Stokes in his unfamiliar position at number 4. And also he did very well with the ball earlier on. What can he do for his team? As here it comes McCarthy. Right arm over on the mid-net leg. Stokes plays it, nudges it towards the square leg region. There's no fielder there. The batsmen take 1. They come back for 2 comfortably. Stowe moves up. Stokes opens his account. He's on 2. And McCarthy, the bowler, bowling the 4th over of the innings. So Stokes had a good outing with the ball, didn't he?
He did.
2.2 overs, 1 for 8. He was not required to bowl anymore. I think Butler was almost like looking to give Liam Livingstone the 1 over to see whether he can get some overs to cover Stokes, but that turned out to be a 3 over spell, resulting in Stokes only bowling 2 overs, but 1 for 8. Over pitch, driven, not convincingly, but straight to mid-on, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. So these two batters will do well to rotate the strike. They'll take time to sort of accelerate.
They will.
This is the part. This is the part where I didn't get coming. Just go on. Yeah.
McCarthy's getting quite a nice little bit of shape into the left-handers here. If he moves his line across, he could have a chance of going through the gate. But at the moment, he's just a little bit too leg side, so they're just working it into the leg side, through square leg and through up to mid-on. But just need to move his line across very slightly to have a better chance.
Agreed. McCarthy comes in over pitch, driven gracefully. That's the Malan we know. Beautifully knelt onto that with the weight transferring onto his front foot. Gracefully played in through the covers. Batsmen come back for 3 on that occasion. Nicely played there. So Ireland being put into bat 157 all out. Andy Balbirnie, the skipper, 62. Logan Tucker, 34. They had a lovely combination there before Tucker was unfortunately run out at the bowlers end when Adil Rashid got a fingertip onto the stumps. With the pick of the bowlers, Mark Wood again steaming with fire. A 3 for 34. The figures don't really show exactly how he bowled, because he did sort of put a little dent in the Irish batters when they were off to a flyer. And Liam Livingstone, 3 for 17 at the back end, bowled beautifully within his limits. That's on the leg stump, and Stokes moves away, gives himself room, nudges it to the square leg region, and the batsmen have enough time to go through for a single. Yeah, Stokes and Malan steadying the ship here after 2 early wickets with the score 114. Josh Butler out in the very first over, out poking his bat outside the off stump, caught behind the wicket. Alex Sale looked unconvincing in his short stay, caught at the square leg area when he went aerial. So England looking to build up now. Jason, what is the strategy for England?
Take as many free runs as you can, because that one I think was a wide down the leg side.
McCarthy bowling the last ball of the innings. He may have to re-bowl that was a wide indeed.
But no, at the moment they are not being allowed to. They're not being given the sort of boundary shots by the bowlers, so they're having to work hard to make the most out of all the ones there. So, place the ball into holes and run like stink at the moment.
They have to grind their way out of the situation. They've got a lot of batters ready to come again. They've got Harry Brook, the young Harry Yorkshireman. This one's played streakily, almost getting the outside edge as he looks to play on the offside, and the batsmen go through for 1. End of over number 4. They're averaging around 6 runs an over, 24 for 2, needing to score around 9 an over now to get to their score. McCarthy 1 over 10.
You say streakily, but that's really a very controlled shot in a one-day game. There's no chance really they're of a catch unless you get a very fine edge, and there's nobody there really.
I agree, Jason. Agreed with that, Jason. Absolutely.
I was just going to ask Jason a question, which is: I know you do admin for your club, but do you do coaching for your club as well for anything? Because I'm always struck by your analyst's eye, if I may.
That's more my day job actually. Which
I see.
But is sort of I'm a DBA and data analyst. So, but no, for my club I do scoring in the main. That's my preferred off-field proficiency. I have umpired, but I don't tend to enjoy it as much.
I think you should coach myself. I've got a great eye for what's happening.
Well, the 5th over of the innings is Adair, who's switched ends now. He's brought on from the other side, because McCarthy was brought on. They're trying to see where they can get some movement, some swing from the other side as the batsmen go through for a single on that occasion. England 25 for 2. Adair bowling his second over. Malan on 12 of 13. Stokes on 4 of 5. And the danger here is, gents, if they soak up the balls to get over and then lose their wicket, that's when the problem happens. Let's hope, for England's sake, that they consolidate and accelerate at the given time. And this one's tucked away on the short fine leg area, and the batsmen go through for 1.
I think England will be happy with a run of ball in the power play at the moment, given the wickets that they've lost, because they can always catch up a bit on the back end. But I'd be worried if they continue to score a run of ball, say from overs 7 to 10.
Yes. So they're taking time. This is exactly the crucial time that I was referring to previously on commentary. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery by a
What a ball. What a ball.
Absolute beauty, isn't it, 40? On the off stump, nipping away, and Malan beaten there by the line and the movement. Certainly a great piece of work there from Adaya. Skipper doing the... Go on, Jason.
That's a lovely variation. He's been bringing the ball in mostly to the left-handers, and that's the one where he runs his fingers across the seam and it moves away from the left-handers. Absolutely bamboozled Malan. He had no idea that was coming.
Yes, it was a fast off break, wasn't it?
Oh, that was a swing, wasn't it? It's not
and another one.
Off break. That's it seems like an off break the way it's swinging, but surely there can't be an off break. I'm sure it's a seamer, but these guys have got talent. The way they're swinging the ball around is the condition. We didn't see the English bowlers having this much of swing, did we?
No, in short.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I think the England bowlers are 4 or 5 miles an hour faster. Therefore, they're having less opportunity for the ball to swing, perhaps. There's always an optimal speed for the ball to move in the air based on the conditions of the day.
That's a valid point there, Alan, as you made it. Yeah, this time Malan on the back foot. There's not much pace there, so he's watching, dabbing it, as you said earlier, Jason, that this is playing on the off-stump streakily has become a part of one's armour, isn't it, in this format. So they're very well used to it. Malan, at one time the top T20 batter in the world, highly underrated, but he has proven his worth in this strong English batting lineup over and over again. Unfortunately, lost out on an incremental from a permanent contract to an incremental one earlier on. He's got a point to prove here. Adai comes in. Oh, this is ball coming in. Stokes confused, not knowing anything about that. He's looking to give himself room. He's lucky to survive. The ball this time coming in towards him and followed him through. Good piece of bowling from Adaya. 2 overs, not 10. England at the end of 5, 28 for 2, chasing a victory target of 158. And that is the end of our stint, gentlemen.
It is. We are due a spell.
Yes, indeed. Jason, just before you go, I wonder if I could ask you a question. Would you be available for the last 5 overs for the summary slot? Would that be?
Yes.
Is that okay? I just... I'm aware I probably, because of the delayed start, I will be going to a birthday dinner tonight, so I hope that's okay. Thanks. Very good. Okay, well, we have a new commentary team in place. Welcome back, Messi.
Thank you. Where are we up to?
We are on 6 minutes ago. Angelic Scooters. The first one is Dimitri Mascarenhas.
Okay, thank you.
Just 6 minutes ago. We've got, as we now know, Finn Hand, not Fionn Hand. Finn Hand coming into the attack to start the 6th over. Let me see. Let me get Russell. He's only playing in. He's only got a handful of T20s behind him. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Didn't make much progress with the bat, and that's a terrible start for him. Wide down leg side, and it would have been a wide in the Test match as well. So that won't settle his nerves.
Just 40 on that comment. Yes, I mean Dimitri Mascarenhas, he did have some Sri Lankan connections as well. So I think he's probably the last one with Sri Lankan connections who.
He didn't play a Test, but he's bowled him. He's gone.
Whoa.
Stokes is out. Clean bowled by Finn Hand. Well done to him. And England in real trouble now. They've lost their 3rd wicket. Stokes goes for 6 runs off 8 balls.
That's
continues his poor run. And England are now 29 for 3. 2 balls into the 6th over.
Beautiful delivery 40. It just sort of swung back in.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, we've been seeing this, haven't we, Bennett? A lot of swing. And I think Jason's point was because they're bowling a little slower and because of the overhead conditions, they've managed to exploit it rather better than the English bowlers did.
They're certainly doing something much better than the English fast bowlers did at this stage. I remember Wokes, and Wokes was hit all over the park at this stage of the innings, and that was a beauty. And this is the danger that England have when Malan and Stokes play together and then lose wickets. And this is the time that Harry Brook will have time to prove his worth in the side. So interesting passage of play here for him.
Yeah, look, if ever there was time for Harry Brook to live up to his reputation, it would be great if he could step up to the crease for England's sake right now. He's got a very good strike rate in one-day international T20 cricket of over 150, and he's only second to Phil Salt in the squad. But he really needs to push on and get some runs now.
Indeed, and a great opportunity, isn't it, for him to prove his worth. And this young Yorkshireman, he's been around, he's shown his true credentials, he's cemented his place almost, and it'll be interesting to see Hale's failure, whether it opens the door for Phil Salt to come in. He was in blistering form in Pakistan.
Yep, it's beginning to look that way, isn't it? That's 5 relative failures in a row for Alex Hale, so he must be nervously looking over his shoulder. Harry Brook, rated 59th on the ICC T20I ranking, according to the graphic. But that's of no matter now. That's all history. Let's see how he can do in this match. And he chases a ball that leaves him off the pitch. These are tense times if you're an England supporter.
It's rather poor, isn't it, for the first ball that is facing way outside the off stump, wobbling. The ball is wobbling all over, and it's poking. He's almost going fishing there. He's lucky.
Yeah, it would be helpful, I think, if Malan went and had a word with him and set out what the strategy should be as the senior player in the partnership. And so there's no need to panic just yet. We've got time. Let's just settle down a bit. Okay, so Brook has another having said that, has another mad flail outside off stump. And it hasn't got hold of all of it, and they'll come back for 2 runs down to wide third man.
See, I mean, outside the off stump,
just he wasn't listening to you.
He was not.
See, outside the off stump, when you go, you just got to go hard, isn't it? You're going hard. It's a bit like when the earlier ball, he was almost just flirting there outside the off stump. Go hard on it.
Yeah, I think probably nerves first ball. Fortunately, as it were, he threw the kitchen sink at that one. England, to remind you, halfway through the 6th over, 32 for 3. To be honest, in a fair amount of trouble here. Good thing they bat deep, but still got to get the runs.
But they've got
okay.
Sam Curran and Wokes coming in at 8 and 9.
Yeah, it's a strong batting lineup on paper, but cricket is not played on paper, as we well know. In comes hand again, and that one's poor delivery down the leg side, so he's letting himself down a little bit there, but he can be forgiven for the earlier wicket. He's got this haircut that's doing the rounds, sort of almost medieval. Curran's got it, Livingston's got it, really shaved way. We used to call it a flat top when I was a youngster 40 years ago.
I've got it as well, but the difference is that I don't have much hair, at the top.
No, we're not the most hirsute of commentary teams, it's true. Malan just plays that down calmly on the offside. He's 13 off 17. That won't phase him in the least because he's traditionally a fairly slow starter, Malan, and then goes through the gears later on, which is fine when it works, but it's not fine if if he's out for 20 runs off 30 balls. That's no good to anyone.
I can give you a tip. If you have a look as you get older, you'll notice that your hair is still there. It's just moved down your body.
And comes in again, and that one, well, they appeal, but didn't look as if there was too much in that pitched outside leg for one thing. They come back for 2 leg byes. Not much in that, I didn't think, Bennett.
Well, I think this is the Irish bowlers have been very, very convincing. I'm very impressed with the way they bowl wicket to wicket. The ball is swinging enormously compared to the English bowlers, and this will be you have to mix caution with aggression and play intelligent cricket here to keep the scoreboard moving. Make sure that we're not exposing the likes of Moeen Ali early. And Liam Livingstone, they're not accumulators. They just come in to hit. So we need to play very intelligent cricket here to come back.
Malan pulls that one, but there's a man out on the deep square leg boundary. He doesn't have to come in far. MCG is such an enormous ground because he's on his knees. He can only, there's a relay system gets it back to the wicket keeper. And they come back for 2 runs at the end of the 6th over. England at 37 for 3. Hand's first over went for 7. Milan's on 15 off 19. Brook 3 off 2.
Okay, apart from Angelic Scooters mentioning Dimitri Mascarenhas playing for England in ODIs and T20s, Jay says, hey Bennett, where's the hate? I was pretty sure love. Damn it, I won't get hurt again. Josie Oak says, McCarthy looks like Shane Watson. Gave me a fright there. Angelic Scooters says, Moeen shown on TV in deep conversation with Mike Hussey, and by deep conversation I mean trying to avoid the urge to tell him to fuck off and annoy somebody else. Christ, there's one in every dugout, isn't there? And Jay says, can I clarify my expletive word directed towards Hales and his obvious twatitude, not Bennett. I'm not a fucking man who managed Hong Kong. I can't manage my socks. Speaking of managing a team, it strikes me that the game that England play is well suited to relatively short boundaries. I'm wondering whether they're struggling more with a big outfield like this, as they did in Perth earlier in the week.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. Traditionally, England have come over, and the shots they've played with impunity on their home grounds. I remember Andrew Strauss could not time his ball and was out a couple of times when he came out for his first tour down here, caught long lay. He looked like he couldn't believe it because it would have sailed past in English conditions. It's a new bowler. It's Delaney. It's Gareth Delaney coming on to bowl his leg break googlies. And the first ball is just played down to mid-on by Harry Brook. He's probably just wondering what he's being faced with here. According to my sheet, he bowls leg break googlies. So.
Oh, yes, he does leg break.
Yes, he does. Yes.
Sure, yeah.
So it's a good strong start.
It was an interesting thought I had in my previous stint. We couldn't get through that. What do you think Liam Livingstone is? It's a leg break bowler?
Not sure.
Mystery bowler, or is he just a wrist spinner? Go on, guys.
It's a dobber.
That is played down to leg gully, and they hurry through for a single. Gets Brook off strike. Looks to be struggling a little to work out exactly what Delaney's bowling at him. Milan comes back on strike.
Viewers, let's keep Messi a little bit busy. Tell us what you think Liam Livingstone
I've got
is.
plenty coming. In Australian parlance, I reckon he'd be called a dobber myself.
No.
Dobber.
He's far better than that to be called a dobber. How many players in the world can turn the ball both ways like he does? I think he's just an amazing talent. Turning the ball both ways is an extreme talent, for anyone. My 2 pennies again. Sorry.
In comes Gareth Delaney to bowl his fourth ball. And that's very full. Doesn't go where Milan intended, but it might well go where he. In terms of England, that is a great result as the field that collapses into the sponge, and that's 4 runs.
Finally.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Excuse me.
Oh, bless you, Messi. That was a moral victory for the bowler, but that's not much good when it's 4 runs against you. So he got the outside edge, flew through where first slip would have been, and Milan progresses to 19. England 42 for 3. Delaney in again. That one's shorter. He's dropped that one down. You can't get it any further than the man who's 10-15 yards in from the fence on the offside. Milan just comes through for a single. That was the googly, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a googly. And I was
but he seems to bowl only googlies, doesn't he?
No, he's been bowling the leggies before, I thought. But I was quite impressed with the UAE leg spinner, Karthik Mariappan or something. I can't remember his full name, but anyway.
Right, so last ball of that over. A single comes off it. And Brook moves to 5. Milan's on 20. England 44 for 3 at the end of the 7th over. Messi.
So I'm just going to mention something I've retweeted from George DeBell. It's the DLS table, which hopefully we won't need, but there are a few shows around, so it's in our Twitter feed if you want to check where we are DLS-wise at any particular stage.
Lindy Island are winning. That would be the case at the moment?
I actually haven't had a chance to look at it. I've just tweeted it. I would think so. Old Fighter plays it. Edward also says up Ireland. And Jay says, didn't Jason get the best bowling figures for any gorilla match ever. Man's a fucking legend. There have only been 2 gorilla matches, mind you. Leo Brennan says up Ireland as well, says Old Fighter Play. Mog says, good God, Knackles' head would be exploding at some of the name pronunciations going on here today. Well, we're free. No more subjugation by the pronunciation police.
Well, this is an interesting move from Ireland. They're bringing Barry McCarthy on. This could be an opportunity for England because he's got an economy rate of 9.18 in this form of cricket,
So,
which is pretty high.
40.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to squeeze 1 or 2 overs off him
Yeah.
whilst they're struggling to sort of get the momentum, and that's a
Yeah,
clever ploy.
That's
But-
a really good point, Bennett. I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to hide McCarthy away at this stage of the innings and just hope for the best. So England really need to work that one out. First ball goes on the leg side, and they come back for 1 run. Yes, McCarthy has got 25 wickets in 28 matches, but when they show these replays, your heart's in your mouth for a moment. You're imagining, you see the wickets splattered, you think, oh, that's not happening right now.
I know exactly what you mean, Porty.
Slightly confusing indeed. McCarthy in again for his second ball. Milan completely misses out on a slightly wider ball. There seems to be, Messi, Bennett, what you think, but there seems to be quite a bit of problem with timing throughout this tournament, both the Perth and the Melbourne pitches.
Yeah, I don't know about the thing general, but Milan, I've watched him come off like usually when he comes in, he times the ball really, really sweetly. He's struggling with timing, and he's struggling to get the strike rate going too. So interesting.
McCarthy, that one's down the leg side. If he hasn't rushed the leg, that will be a wide. It is indeed a wide.
I agree with you, Forthy. I'm not sure whether this makes sense, but it feels to me as if there's a lot of bounce, but not quite the pace you'd normally expect of Australian wickets.
Yes, I think that is a fair summary. Something to do with the recent climatic conditions. There's been a hell of a lot of rain in Australia over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So in the context of the game, gentlemen, 112 required off 76 balls, 112 off 76. Not easy.
I think it's pretty evenly poised.
Yeah.
I genuinely wouldn't be able to call it from here. That is slightly wider, but again Milan fails to connect, and again his timing is awry. And if this goes on much longer, then Ireland will certainly be moving into the favourites position.
England at this stage being told about 62 for 3, but they were off to a slightly slower start as well, weren't they? But the good news for England fans is that we've got a star-studded batting lineup to come.
Well, they now require 9 runs and over. McCarthy puts that one in short, but again the timing is off from Milan, and although he manages to get it off the bat this time, he can only shovel it out a few yards onto the leg side, and they run a single.
Milan is struggling.
Yeah.
Milan is struggling, and thing is, for Milan's sake, if he doesn't get his timing, it's going to be difficult for him to move forward. And just looking at the group stages here, in this group, certainly New Zealand and England are sort of way ahead with their run rate. Sri Lanka have got 2 points too. So win here for England and Ireland will put them in reckoning.
Certainly will. In again and again, the timing is not there this time from Harry Brook, who can't connect. It's sort of reminiscent of last night watching Aaron Finch being all over the place. Just the timing has gone out the window for the time being. 1 ball of McCarthy's over to come. He's done superbly well this over. It's just gone for 2 runs and the wide, just 3 runs. So can he finish it off and make this a brilliant over for Ireland? Last ball coming up. Brook to face. Squats over his bat and plays, backs away, comes off the middle of the bat that just squirts out through the point region. They'll just come through for 1 run. He can indeed finish it off. England 48 for 3 at the end of the 8th, Milan on 21 and Brook on 7.
Not often you get through 8 English overs with only 2 boundaries, is it?
Indeed.
Jay Grover says it'll be right. He's Yorkshire. Hang on, we just got relegated and are utter shite. Bother. And my whole feed just moved. Rich Turner says, happily pay a $5 for a download of the Bears' top end jingle to use as a ringtone. It cracks me up every time. Now there's a thought. Guerrilla ringtones. Bear, get on. Oh, he's asleep, is he? Jay says, I can't speak for Tamil or Ceylonese, but Knuckles' Hindu-Urdu pronunciation was fucking shite. Pretty sure he couldn't do a convincing Yorkshire either. Still miss him, but...
When I was on with Knuckle, I'll just come back to that in a moment. So Delaney back into the attack, and Brooke has decided to take matters into his own hands, come 3 paces down the wicket, but has to end up playing a defensive shot, as I think Delaney saw him coming and just dropped it a bit short there, Bennett.
Yes, he did. Good thinking by the young leg spinner.
Delaney in again for the second ball. And that one's fuller. Brooke stays back in the crease, so they cancel each other out, and he can only play a defensive shot back down the wicket. Brooke.
That was a bit quicker through the air as well, Forty. So he's certainly getting the pace of the wicket, and that's important. That's what we didn't see with Hasaranga yesterday. He was not able to adapt to his style, unfortunately, for Sri Lanka.
Intelligent bowling from the young leg spinner.
Absolutely.
And again, Brooke doesn't connect with that attempted pull.
That was googly there, Forty. They didn't really read that. So clever bowling from Delaney, mixing the pace, mixing the variation. Impressed with his temperament, guys.
It's a bundle of tricks. It's just what Ireland need at this stage. Brooke doesn't look like he knows whether he's coming or going. He manages to get that one away down to long on, but they'll just come through for a single.
Required
and
run
at some
rate
point,
slowly but surely creeping up. Fourth is 9.56 now. England in troubled waters.
Absolutely. Last 10 balls, 5 runs. That is... Oh, Messi has exploded.
I've got something I love to see here. It's fantastic.
Maybe we'll get back to... Get to that in a couple of balls. It sounds you've teased us well. We're looking forward to it.
See the teaser. Come on, Messi. Let's get the juices flowing for everyone. The viewers too. See, you got Delaney's juices flowing too, and he's bowling wide now.
That was not just a wide; it was a double wide, if there were such a thing. That was wider than the widest wide of stump. I don't know whether the wet ball spun out of his hand or what happened there. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. Still 2 balls to go. That one's on a far more conventional ball and a conventional shot, just played down on the onside by Brooke. He comes through from Milan. Sorry, he comes through for a single. He's 22 off 25, and Brooke is 8 off 13. These are match-losing innings at the moment. They can always accelerate.
We need at least one of them to sort of start accelerating or having some intent, isn't it? At least,
preferably both. So there is a pull from Brooke, but because of the vast expanses of the MCG, just goes out to the man on the boundary. They come back for 2 though. That's the end of the 9th over. England 53 for 3 at the end of it.
Okay, so here you go. CricViz has England's possibility of a win still at 59%. Okay? ESPN Cricinfo has England's probability of a win at 31%. All of which proves there's a whole lot of shite going on there. It's just all over the show, and neither of them has got a fucking clue. I love that. Andy Ward will be really happy to hear that if he's listening, but I expect he's got the sense to be asleep at the moment. Okay, so Jim, Dublin news guy, says, unable to watch the T20 World Cup, the Guerrilla Cricket providing very decent commentary on England versus Ireland. In Dublin, very encouraged. Thank you, Jim. Good to hear from you. And Jay says, at some point, I assume I will have to go to sleep. I really don't need to hear about Mrs. Juices flowing. Mog says, I'll sell that Bear top-headed jingle for a very competitive price. And Leah's got an idea for the next pandemic, which I know we need to be prepared, but that might be a bit extreme in terms of that.
It's in hand time. And he gets nice swing, but starts it too wide of leg stump, and that will surely be a wide. Yes, it is.
And it was so encouraging to hear some of. It's very encouraging that some of you got up very, very early. The viewers, I noticed somebody from Germany tweeting or commenting on media. It's great.
Yes, it's Leah, our resident German expert. That one's played out into the leg side by Milan. He moves on to 23 of 26. We've got 5 balls of our time together. I probably won't return later in the innings, so I will watch with interest. I think Jason's going to take my final slot. Thank you very much, Jason. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for those of us who in the studios and the commentary teams around the world who've had to get up early for this match. It's been relatively easy for me and Messy Jazz in Australia, as it happens.
But there are times when you guys have to stay up to burn the midnight oil, isn't it? It's our turn now.
That is very true. Finhand in again, and that is a really excellent ball. I imagine he ran his hands along the edge of it. It was effectively a leg cutter, and he does. Harry Brook, all ends up there.
England struggling. England absolutely struggling.
The irony of this is it strikes me as a conditions not unlike early county cricket in England.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And you would have thought someone like Chris Wokes would have bowled well in these conditions as well, but he bowled pretty awfully. Finally, Harry Brook gets hold of one there and lofts it over the infield, and that goes for 4 runs.
I'm not sure whether it's the rain that intervened between this course.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh. So that sailed over mid-off. He did time that one. So maybe that will unleash some floodgates. For England's sake, let's hope so. But for Ireland, they're doing brilliantly well and giving a great account of himself in this match so far.
Harry Brook should play his natural game, is my little thought.
Speaking of floodgates,
Finhand in again. Yeah, Finhand in again. He bowls that one very slightly wider of the crease, perhaps expecting the leg break, but Brook manages to negotiate it away to point, but not for a run.
There's a very, very heavy shower going over Brunswick at the moment, but I think it's going to miss the MCG.
Well, to be honest, if it's over Brunswick, I don't see how it can avoid the MCG. That's only about 3 kilometres away, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a horrible ball from Finhand. Ireland are bowling well, and they batted well as well, but every so often just to keep us interested, they'll bowl an absolute shocker. That's a wide down the leg side.
Ireland will do well not to give the advantage over to England at this stage, isn't it? Just play well within themselves.
Well, they've got to bowl these 2 extra balls now, and England really, in a situation like this, need to make them pay. Harry Brook nurdles that one down to long leg, and such is again the vast expanses of the MCG. That my feed just slightly gave way there, but I imagine they came back for 2 and they attempted the run out, but it's not a run out. Would I be correct?
I think that's correct.
So Brook moves to 16 off 18. Some signs of acceleration from him. They'll certainly need to keep going. Brook comfortably home there, as we saw.
And the truth is, 95 from the last 10 overs is very gettable.
It's gettable, yeah. Brook has a massive wahoo at that one. It goes down to the man at 3rd man. He moves on 17 off 19. England are 63 for 3 at the halfway stage at the end of the 10th over. Hands 1 for 17 off his 2 overs. Milan 23 off 26. We will love you and leave you and hand over to the next commentary team. Good luck to both sides for the rest of the match.
So I'll just do the last tweet that's up, and that's from Mog, who says, in contrast to that horrible hellhole Brunswick, where I once lived, it's sunny as fuck here in sunny Ormond.
Well,
so there you go.
The sun is coming up in South London, and I'm feeling quite nervous, Jason.
Yeah. It's not looking particularly. I mean, they're behind the 8 ball of the DLS at the moment.
Yeah.
So if rain does come, we are even further in problems because it doesn't necessarily help us to have reduced overs to catch up.
No, it doesn't. I mean, that 4 helped in the last over, didn't it? Oh, hello back, Al. What do you reckon? And you're in control.
There'll be no boring middle overs here.
Well, there shouldn't be, should there? I think if we don't lose another wicket for 3 more overs, I think then we'll have the capacity to go large at the end.
Yes, the Livingston and Moeen factor.
Yeah, exactly.
The only saving grace is the logarithmic style of the sort of the way that the Irish innings ended, with the way that it tailed off quite so badly.
Yes, I mean it didn't follow the normal DLS upward curve. It sort of died flatlined basically.
Yep.
Yeah, it did.
So, as they're in the middle of taking their drinks break,
Yes.
I mean, basically, it's all on the table.
It is. You know, I've seen England get beaten by Ireland a few times now.
At least 2 that I can remember.
Yeah, exactly.
In World Cups, and one in the 50 over and one in the 20 over.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a great spot for Harry Brook. I think there's an awful lot that he can do here to his reputation.
Yeah.
Well, if England get over the line, whoever does it will get their reputation enhanced.
Yeah, indeed.
That could be Brook, it could be Livingston.
No, it was a cracking ball to get Stokes out, wasn't it? I mean, his first ball was wide, horrible wide down leg side. I thought, this is going to be
he's a
carnage.
bit nervy on debut, or not debut, but first game in the World Cup. But he came back very strongly, but then they have mixed up a very few awful wides with some absolute crackers.
Exactly, and so they've all bowled 2 overs, so everyone's got 2 overs left, and I presume they've got
Ickle Georgie Dockrell as
well.
Oh, just jiggle up.
Oh, is he actually going to bowl? I was going to say he could bowl too.
Yeah. So someone's not going to get there for.
No.
George Dockrell's got muscles alive, alive, oh.
Left arm darts, one presumes. Anyway, over to you, Al.
So this one is short and hoiked towards long on, and it's been dropped. That is a criminal drop by Adair. Brook lives and breathes another ball. He apologises, but he intimating maybe that he slipped on the surface coming in. But that is a regulation catch, but he just didn't see it. He's running, and he's running way too far.
Yeah, he's running way too far, isn't he? He needs to go sideways, and it would have been a comfortable waist-high catch.
That really should have been 63 for 4, but it's 64 for 3. And in games such as this, will that be a turning point as Dockrell was in again? That Milan shapes the leg, and he has been dropped. He cut it to deep point, and it's Delaney this time. And Dockrell may look rueful as he does. Delaney's catch more difficult.
You couldn't make it up.
You couldn't make that up.
They've ran for 2 as well, but it's 2 ugly shots from one each from Brook and Milan, and that one is slightly more difficult. And that one is again an ugly shot by Milan. They must know that they're behind. They must feel that rain is in the offing. They're really trying to push the rate of scoring, and it is looking very ragged from England in these first 3 balls, gentlemen.
Well, it is, and if the rain comes, will they get back on? And if not, they'll lose. At the current score.
This one, an actual regulation shot, turned away to deep square leg by Milan, and a single, but absolute chaos. Delaney's catch way more difficult than Adair's, gents, but still, you'd expect it to be taken at this level.
Yeah, both reasonably simple at this level, you'd think.
I think the game plan is to hit Dockrell out the attack, but you're forgetting he was a bowler before he became a middle-order batsman.
This one short.
Oh, has he?
And Brook has pulled this, but the MCG is a big ground, and this time the catch has been taken, the most difficult catch for 3. And Brook, for all that we bigged him up in the break, he's gone for 18, and England really are in trouble now.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
It's a big ground, isn't it? Because it looked like he got hold of that to start with, and it's 5 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah.
Good catch out there.
He's made up a lot of ground going back and to his right, but Delaney has atoned, and Brook goes for 18 on 21. What an over this has been.
Yeah, England in deep trouble. Yeah, you think you'd be mowing before Liam Livingstone won it?
I'll do some tweets whilst the new batsman walks to the wicket. Jay Grover says, when people play their natural game, why is it their natural game is always flogging the shit out of it? Jay Grover also says, mint, sun's out. Off to charge up my solar gnomes. And Angelic Scooter says, to be fair, with whatever that is on Adair's face, the drop is probably what he deserves. And back to you guys.
Yeah, well, it's a horrible tash he's got, it must be said.
So it's Mo and Ali who's coming in at 6. There's still the batting to come for England to turn this around as Allen just turns this gently behind square on the leg side. Last ball of the 11th over, Ali will retain the strike. 1 not out, and England 68 for 4.
Well, yeah, I mean, there certainly is the batting to come. Anyway, over to you.
Jim says, get the fuck in. Talking about that wicket, I imagine. Joyce Oak says, as I was already said many times, we're doomed. Mog says, well, my money on Ireland is starting to look very tasty now. It's only if and India put it on.
Well, yeah. No, it was Messi was supposed to put it on for an Indo. Yeah. But at the beginning of the game, they were 9-1, which is insane. I didn't put any money on. I should have done anyway, but I thought that was bad form.
And Jay Grover says, serious question, is it my perception or has Adair gone from proper round to being a bit bobbins?
Well, his bowling was okay. That was a pretty poor fielding.
It was completely like a Rashad sort of an over. I mean, from England anyway. Dockrell was actually quite consistent.
Yeah, funnily enough.
Just chaos ensued around him. It's going to be Stuart Little's brother who's going to continue, and Ali tucks this behind square on the leg side. Definitely won the way that the field had decelerated. That? No chance for 2.
That's the Lodger leaving, I think.
Oh, right. No.
Oh, well.
I thought they were wearing tights, though. Must have been your long socks. Tony has just turned up.
The Bishop has come to join the bear.
Well, yeah, I've got to drive down to Broadstairs after this. I'm not looking forward to that, really, but hey-ho. I'm so hopped up on caffeine at the moment.
I've got to start work in 34 minutes. I'm just hoping they get through these next over. Short and attempting to be pulled by Milan, but Milan's really not been too comfortable, and it.
Well, that won't help him because I think that
helps back to the bowler.
That was a nut cruncher.
Yeah, I don't think this wicket is bouncing consistently for England. There's some pretty poor timing going on. It certainly didn't get up to where he thought it was going to get up to, did it?
Yeah, but his eyes were, certainly he wasn't keeping his eyes on the ball. His head was miles away from that. So Little will come in again, third ball of this over, short and pulled, and a bottom edge just missing the off stump.
Great shot.
And Davin Milan has hit it where they ain't, and that's gone for 4.
Well, you take them where they come from.
Of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I mean, England have just got to try and take this deep as possible now, haven't they? And hope that the power hitters at the end can do what Kohli did for India against Pakistan.
Yeah, there's no picture. There's no pictures in scorebooks.
No.
Short again. Milan unable to turn it to the leg side again. They'll get a leg by as the keeper mops everything up, but Milan is rubbing in various parts of his body, which might be a little bit more sore.
Well,
the win predictor basically has thrown its hands in the air and said it doesn't know who's going to win, because even at 74 for 4 after 11.4 overs, chasing 158, according to the random number generator that is the win predictor, England have a 49% chance of winning.
Well, they are 16 behind DLS after 11 overs.
That's down the leg side, and Moeen Ali doesn't make contact, so we'll have that ball again, and the wide is called.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, it does take an exceptional innings from here. 2 reasonable ones should get them home, you'd think, in a T20 anyway. There is only 8 overs left after this over, so they've got a few wickets in hand. They just got to up the run rate.
They need to be a little less shit, as This is again short, and this will be a wide again, slightly down the leg side. Misfielded by the wicketkeeper, and
I don't know if it was. It might come off Mowing. Might have just tickled his.
What a great time! What a great time for the producers to go to an interview with Joshua Little.
I know, it's ridiculous. The coverage in this World Cup has been at times sketchy, to say the least. Concentrate on the game.
It's been described as a leg bye, so it wasn't a wide. Apologies, gentlemen. It must have hit Moeen Ali. This is again slightly short. Milan, an ugly pull, trying to keep all of his body as far away from that ball as possible. He will keep the strike as he's pulled it to deep square leg, and England with 8 overs left are 77 for 4.
Mog says, I bought an insulated drink thing that will never hold a drop of coffee. I don't think Bear lets it last long enough to...
No, coffee goes down quick. I think I've had 5 cups already this morning in,
I'm checking
3 hours.
Podcast says, 2 drops in 2 balls. In theory, both of these batters should have been gone. Do Ireland want to win or what? MCG says, if Ireland do manage to win this, Alan Dyer's virtual $5 will have become a virtual $50. Well on the way to virtual wealth.
Well,
you can tell he used to be a banker.
Yeah, exactly. Except for Messi didn't put it down for him.
There's a moral and ethical question that needs to be asked there about who owes who how much. Delaney will be the person who bowls the next over. Fresh from a drop and a catch.
Yes, how does he go? Now Moeen loves the spin, doesn't he?
Let's see how we do. There'll be Milan to face, and Milan gets down on one knee and sweeps. But as you would expect, deep square leg is there, and there will just be a single.
Now this will be interesting. Moeen against a spinner. He does like the spinners, and he likes to go cow. Has they got anyone down at cow? It doesn't look like they've got anyone down there.
There's 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. As Moeen Ali pulls, sweeps in front of square, long way in front of square, down towards that cow corner area. And it's just a single. Yeah. After all of that, just a single.
Well, Bob Delaney pulled it, threw it wide of off stump, and it's probably googly as well, just to make him fetch it even further.
Yeah.
Milan takes a big step towards the outside off stump and sweeps behind square, but again can only find the fielder and times it well enough that even though the MCG is a big ground, there's still only singles.
Moeen Ali needs 2 for his 1,000 T20I career runs.
And he comes down the track and he slaps that down the ground. And there definitely is one here, maybe 2, although the way that Moeen Ali's just walking down the pitch, it's just the one.
I think someone got something on that, because that seemed to slow down.
Delaney got a finger on that, I think, as he went past.
I think it saved him 4, didn't it?
Well, there does need to be, maybe we need to look at these 1s into 2s as Milan cuts this ball in front of square, but again, good positioning by the Irish captain of his fielders. And there's just a 5th single. 76 off 43 is the equation, as we've got 1 ball left of the 13th over.
Someone needs to get hold of the ball here, don't they?
Full delivery. Moeen Ali has driven that, and long on, only had to move 10 yards and didn't stand a chance, and that's 4. And Jason, that very much turns that from an Ireland over into an England over.
Yeah, we've improved a little bit. Message says us that England are now 13 behind GLS after 12 overs. And India says it would be real money if you only accepted my credit risk and put that $5 on Messi. Jay Grover says, good plan, just do what Cody did. I'm going to the shop to buy some crisps, then buy the franchise, then the company, just like JD Rockefeller. And Messi responds to an India saying, I'm sorry, an India, but as my bank taught me, I cannot extend credit to you until I know every one of your personal details. And we're up to speed on that. I'll have a quick look on YouTube. We've got a message from Paul Coffey. Hold on! showers now beginning to break out west of the MCG. I don't know how recent that is.
Well, nothing's hit the MCG just yet. David Milan has tried to pull the ball away, and it's going to go a top edge, and that's been taken. Taken.
Deep third man, well, fly slip really, but he's come round from third man.
Deep third man, and as my picture freezes slightly, it's come round from third man, sorry. McCarthy has his man, David Milan goes for 35. And this is real trouble now.
It's probably not bad. I mean, at the end of the day, David Milan, a bit like David Finch yesterday, couldn't get hold of it.
No,
So
we need some power hitting now, so I think it's time for this man, I hope.
I am Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the test it's white.
yeah, England a real spot of bother here at 86-5. I imagine Hendo next door is spitting blood.
Yeah, we need a Livingston jet-propelled cameo. Well,
Yes.
not just a cameo. Innings of some substance to get us over the line now.
Well, what do we need to win? 70 or 72?
He needs to get a quick 30.
Off 7.
If that's... No, well, 30 or 15, 20 balls would do it, I think.
So we need 10 and over.
Which is eminently doable.
Yeah, which is eminently doable, yeah.
But the problem is at 5 down, you have to do it while not losing any more wickets.
Pretty much.
McCarthy into Livingston, and Livingston has tried to push that ball into the offside, inside edges it onto his own pad, and there'll be no run.
There's been a fair bit of movement and swing in the air for this. And you expect the white ball to stop after 3 or 4 overs, but it's gone quite deep into the innings. It's still going at sort of 8-9 overs, and Milan's had terrible time trying to time it off this wicket. And he's got himself a top edge and got out.
His reputation and his performance never seem to quite match.
They do occasionally.
But you know when you just like, I know of it. I've just never personally seen it. As Livingston tries to flamingo drive and mistimes it, so instead of it going onto the onside, it goes to mid off. But they'll take a single.
That's the outside edge flamingo drive.
Yeah, exactly. But he's advancing down the track. I mean, this is it. You want someone like Livingston to get a bit lucky, probably, for the first 5 or 6 balls, because you've got to get your iron to a certain degree, while scoring runs. Yeah, see, Ireland have got to swing at 2.1%.
Yeah,
compared to England's 1.3.
The other side of that statistic is that Ireland have pitched the ball up far more than England's bowlers did.
Very true. Very
much pursued a short length strategy, as that is short from McCarthy and Ali ducks out of the way. 4 balls left of the 14th, 87 for 5.
And only 1 off this over with a wicket. England look a little bit nervous in their box there, don't they? And Ireland look excited. And they should be as well. They are playing very well today. They're now 60% against England's 40%. Who'd have thought?
MCG said England are 11 behind DLS after 13 overs, so we're not actually catching up very much.
Well, we were 15 behind not that long ago, so actually we're doing better than we were.
Ali backs away, slaps this ball down the ground, but mid on is off.
Mid off is up.
Mid off is up. Sorry. So that will reach the sponge, and that's 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well,
interesting fielding choices there, but having mid off rather than long off.
That's more a good shot by Moeen, because he's bowled the short ball to get it hit square where there's a big boundary, and he's managed to baseball bat it over the short mid off.
That, even though Ali has moved slightly to leg, it's still further down the leg side, so that will be a wide.
Well, that's interesting. England have never won at the MCG in a T20I. This is a bit depressing.
Good job the MCG is not in England then.
Yeah, indeed. As we're looking at that World Cup, that was when was that? 2011.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was in India and Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Last ball of this 14th over, we hope it's reared up a leg. Really surprised Ali. I think that's just going to end up being a leg bye. I'm not sure if any bat was hit there. Yeah, it is a leg bye. So Ali stays on 12, Livingston's on 1 and 14 in the books, and it's 93 for 5.
This wicket just doesn't look easy to bat on.
Yep. The light roller says, showers here 4 kilometres west of the G, 1836 local time. Leah says, this has some spice to the situation. Excellent. Please post pictures of the sanguine happenings next door, Bear.
Ah, well, no.
And
the green room is a
sacred place.
Yeah. And Mog says, young Barry there looks like a bit of Shane Watson.
Who? Me?
No, Barry McCarthy.
Oh, right.
And we're now 14 behind DLS for messages, doing his over by over update.
Well, the people who had England losing in the GPL might be onto something here.
Well, I'll just have a quick look on the scores on the GPL to see who's in play at the moment.
So it's going to be Delaney to continue. 3 men deep on the leg side as Ali steps away and tries to hit the ball straight. It's gone in the air.
Oh, wow.
And it's gone all the way.
That's
Delaney under
shot.
pressure with a massive 6 off this first ball.
I think this needs a bit of Mog shouty.
Absolutely. That was a great shot. I mean, to be able to heave that from there straight rather than trying to heave it over the cow corner, which is probably the longer boundary. That's a pretty good hit.
It fails to hit the sight screen, but still goes 81 metres, which would be way in the crowd in most other places. Delaney goes wide with a second ball, and Ali has cut that away. This will bring the 100 up. Will they take a 2? Yes, they will very comfortably. 101 for 5.
Well, didn't India need about 42 off 18 the other day, or 450?
They needed 28 off 12?
Yeah, 28 off 12, wasn't it, they needed the other day. And it was they had a big something else over as well.
Wide again, Ali goes over extra cover. Will it bisect the fielders? Yes, it will. Good attempt in the deep, but that's gone for 4. Adair very unlucky there, trying to catch the ball back right at the end. But
for me, I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
This is an over that England really needed so far, these first 3 balls.
Yeah. Maybe a slight over protection of the leg side, but we know Ali's strong there too. But showing good ability to find space so far. 12 off 3 balls.
This puts pressure back on the bowler, which England haven't been able to do the entire game.
I think it's raining, folks.
Ooh, England needed 110. Fuck, and they're going to go off.
They're
Oh,
gonna go
no. We're 5 runs behind the DLS score at 14.3 overs. Presumably they got a little bit of time to get out again. Or are they going to carry on? I don't know what's going on here. No, it seems to be taking the bails off. England want to stay out there. Obviously, Ireland probably want to go off. If I were them, I'd want to go off.
I'd already be heading for the...
Exactly. And Paul Collingwood's out looking at the sky. You probably can't see much from ground level over the stands though, where it's coming from.
Well, I think he can't influence the umpires, but what he can influence is how long they stay off for.
And presumably when they come back out, there'll be a bit of spice in the outfield, a little bit damp, might make it harder for the bowlers. Ireland are staying out there. Well, but Bernie's staying out there, so maybe it's a short shout. There's a lot of chat going on. There'll be a lot of pressure from one side to get off, and one side to stay on.
I need them to make a choice relatively quickly because I'm in work in 17 minutes.
That's fine. Well, they brought out a small cover.
They're bringing out covers.
Yeah. So presumably it's raining.
So I'm assuming Al Bernie must be asking about when's the cut-off time.
If you need to go, Al, I think we've got enough replacements in the studio here.
I think I am going to have to head off. I do apologise. I'm 3 balls short.
That's fine.
Let me just get through some tweets.
I will see you guys later.
Okay.
Jay Grover says, I've just remembered how annoying Niall O'Brien were on Radio 5 Monday. Let's not let the gobshites win. Oh, that's a bit harsh. He's enthusiastic. He generally doesn't talk trash to people.
Well, it's coming down hard, so it's not surprising they've gone off.
It's not going to last for long, though. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Well, someone said there was a heavy shower passing through, wasn't it? I mean, they're all standing on the edge of the thing. Butler and Balboni are chatting. Balboni's thinking, "Shut up, Joss. We're off."
Talk on YouTube. ENG says if England lose, would the game against?
Well, a game against Australia has
would be a
real
knockout.
extra spice. Yeah. Potentially.
And Don Diego to City fans depending on other results, but New Zealand are looking good. So yes, but New Zealand have to play immediately after this against Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, now if Afghanistan win, everyone will be on the same, won't they?
ENH says go Mo. Jay Slanker says rain. And Sutuhu says there's no backup time anymore. I think we've used it all up in the first inning, so they start losing overs from this point, I imagine.
No, because they were due to start at 9, and they came up. They went on at 9:20, didn't they? And have they gone off again? Did they go off again?
Yes, they went off again.
Oh, right, that's right.
And they had a very short interval, which is also compressed.
Yeah.
So I think he might be right. The move.
Well, they've got to finish the game. I don't know what time it's supposed to finish by.
Well, they're supposed to have started the next game in 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, and they have to have at least half an hour between games as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes, for the bear to do all his work in the studio.
Yeah, well.
before he leaves for Broadstairs.
So, I mean, it looks like it's going to rain for another 5 minutes or so and then stop, but it'll start again about 15 minutes after that. So I think this is looking pretty dodgy for England.
Well, they've only got themselves to blame. The pictures look quite spicy, though, isn't it, Messi? I mean, either that or Milan's look really shit.
I mean, I really like it. I think, you know, as you said, the balance between bat and ball in this series has actually been pretty good.
Well, it's been fairer than a lot of other T20 series you see, isn't it?
Yeah, and I enjoy that.
Okay.
It's much better cricket to watch.
I just had news from Hendo. England have 10 minutes to get back on again, or they're going to lose.
Wow. Well, I think they're going to lose because it's going to take that long to get the covers off, surely.
Well, surely. They probably need, 3 balls to overhaul DLS, of which one probably has to go for 6 and another couple of runs, and then they would just about squeak through, probably. But
18:56 local time, according to Angelic Scooters, which would be 8:56 here.
Yeah, and it's 8:47 now, and all the covers are on. So it looks like, well, they've only got themselves to blame, England, if they go out like this. Well, not out, obviously, but if they lose like this.
That ruins their win against Afghanistan, really.
Well, yeah, it does. And they'll probably have to win all their other games. And they're going to. I mean, they've started off quite slowly. They didn't look very convincing against Afghanistan. They've not looked particularly convincing here. Batting is their better suit, you'd say, and the batting has looked quite weak. Got to play yourself into a tournament. They've got 1 win, 1 loss. Got to go all the way. Now you've got to treat every game as a knockout. Yeah, this certainly doesn't look.
Well, I can tell you that Ireland is still 500 to 1 to win the World Cup. So if you have an each way bet on that and making the final, you never know.
Well, yeah. Well, I did say at the beginning of the day, didn't I? Ireland went 9 to 1, which seems stupid. But 2-horse race.
In a T20, that seems
that's madness.
Way
I didn't put. I should have put some money on it, but I didn't.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that during the course of this match, India have shortened as favourites to win outright. They're now at $3.30, which is about 5 to 2, a little more than that, 11 to 4. So
I got England at 7 to 2 at the beginning of the tournament, which I thought was reasonable.
Well, they're still paying that. They're at $4.33, so that's about the same.
Yeah.
Australia used to be favourites, and now they're 4th favourites behind India, England, New Zealand, and New Zealand. And then South Africa's in there at 8 to 1, which isn't a bad bet, actually.
Well, South Africa were 20 to 1 at the beginning of the tournament, which I thought was, a bit crazy. They got potential. Yeah, England aren't getting out here. This is settled in. I think Joss Butler's come to the conclusion that they're not going to get out, and England are going to end up losing this. On net run rate by 5 runs. 1 more 6. And
it puts a bit more spice into the group, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a little, doesn't it? England will be very upset about that, but that's the way that goes, Some you win, some you lose. Someone else's game might. I mean, if the game gets rained off this afternoon, the one after this doesn't complete, then I mean, England batted second for precisely this reason, and they haven't, managed to conquer it, have they? You've got to say, Ireland have bowled extraordinarily well. England, you can always lose early wickets in a T20, and England lost two valuable ones in Hales and Butler. I mean, Butler was out second ball, and that's a big blow for England. The rain is still coming down hard, and we've got about 5 minutes left before the game is off. In fact, 2 minutes left.
Jay Grover says, "This is why you should never appoint a croupy-eyed, soft-voiced serial killer as your cricket captain." Josh Butler.
Yeah.
Light Roller says,
absolutely.
It's still raining 4 kilometres away west of the G, but easing. England will rue the slow rate. They're not going to get on. I don't think it's going to matter. And Mog says, "I'm advised by folks just to the west of the MCG that the rain is ongoing."
Yeah. This game is done, one feels. We're just waiting for the strap line to come up, saying England have lost by 5 runs DLS. And that will cheer Ireland up no end.
Looking at the radar, we probably will get New Zealand and Afghanistan going, probably, maybe an hour late, something like that, which will be interesting. But if that's cancelled as well, then it really puts everything back in the mix.
Well, it does, doesn't it? I mean, England actually might be praying now that the next game gets called off, and everyone gets 1 point, because then
it makes their win a lot better then.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it means this loss is is only half a loss, essentially.
Yeah.
But this was bound to happen this week, wasn't it? I mean, we did know that there was a hell of a lot of weather around. Games were going to get called off. South Africa will rue the fact that they're not in our group if a couple of games get called off in here. I mean, there's the only game so far that's been split as a 1 pointer each, isn't it, in the entire tournament, which is quite incredible when you consider the fact that La Nina's around. It's the wettest on the east coast of Australia it's been for years.
Just wondering.
Oh, fuck me drunk.
What?
Sorry, I've just realised if it's called off now, I'll miss out on the GPL by, what do you reckon?
1 run?
1 run?
Yep.
What a bummer. So what's it on now at the moment? What must be about the...
It's on 262 at the moment.
Yes.
I'm on 263.
Well, Woody doesn't look very happy. Everyone's stomping around in there.
He wasn't very happy at the interview at the innings break. He said, "We haven't played very well."
Yeah.
I haven't bowled very well.
Yeah, I thought Woody bowled all right. Woke's got tap.
He said he wasn't very happy with his bowling, even though he got 3 wickets. I thought it was a very honest interview about standards they set for themselves.
Yeah.
But no, it seems they proved right.
Yeah, they didn't bowl particularly well. They certainly let Ireland get away at the beginning. I mean, they pulled it back well, but they let it all go in that first 10 overs, really, didn't they? I mean, Ireland were rollicking along at 100 odd for 1 after 12.
Well, they're going to be dancing in the streets of Dublin tonight.
Well, they will be.
Yes. Take this, Cromwell.
Yeah, exactly. 400 years later. We're just waiting for the call.
Oh dear.
I mean, I make it 53. They might as well just call it early. I mean, at this point.
Well, yes. If there's no opportunity, there's no chance they're going to get the covers off in 3 minutes. So
No.
I think this is toast.
It is, unless it had to stop raining by 56.
Mark can't help himself. He says, "What's your number, Messi? I feel like leaving a long series of laughter on your voicemail." Bastard. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, I tell you what. If it's called off, we'll be reopening the GPL, and there will be, what is it, £271 as a starting amount.
Yeah.
Gets more and more exciting each time.
Indeed. And the umpires are standing out in the middle. Umbrella still up. I think
3 minutes till they start. No, that's
going to take them 3 minutes to walk off and tell the announcer.
And that's it. There's been a wave of hands by Paul Rifle. The game is over. Ireland have won by 5 runs DLS, we reckon. And good on them. They batted well at the top of the order, subsided at the end, but then when they came out and bowled, 158 proved to be a reasonable score. It wasn't easy for England. Darren Milan certainly looked like the pitch was doing all sorts, because couldn't time a square pull for Toffee. He just kept pulling his head out of the way and mistiming it. Eventually got out. He was in 1 innings of note. I guess Harry Brook hit a 4 and a 6, and Moeen Ali was looking good there at the end, but the rain came down just too early for Moeen to pull it back into DLS territory. I'm very happy.
I'm wondering at the wisdom of putting in Stokes at 5 and
4 he came in at.
Stokes at 4, Brook at 5, when they were so far behind the rate, not having the hitters come up the order slightly. When they know that this is a possibility.
Well, yeah, they did know this was a possibility, but they also presumed that they could pull it back, but they just couldn't. I mean, Stokes can hit a long ball. It's not like he pats it about.
But he's not been in form in T20 for quite a long time.
Well, no, I suppose he got a 30 off. We got 36 off 14, 15 balls, didn't he? One of the last warm-up game against Pakistan. Says he's been practicing hard on that, rain cheating. The Irish crowd are very happy, and that opens the group right up. Ireland get a win, which Australia will be very pleased about, having lost to New Zealand. You know, one of the so-called lesser teams in the group. You don't want to lose to them, and England have. Now, if Afghanistan come out this afternoon and cause an upset against New Zealand, it blows the whole group wide open again.
Yep.
And on the flip side of that, if New Zealand get a win. Well, I suppose New Zealand...
Much like the Zimbabwe South Africa game blew the other game open, with South Africa not getting a win that they clearly
should have got.
Yeah,
exactly that. I mean, I do remember, again, going back to the 2019 World Cup, Sri Lanka was virtually out of it, and then that whole week of rain brought them right back into it, because there was a whole load of one-pointers. And suddenly they were in with a chance, even though they were playing really badly, all right, up until their last game.
And they had one good game and beat England.
Yes, and that was it. And then they were definitely back in it then, and we were severely under pressure. So rain can do funny things. I guess if more games get rained off, then, you know, I imagine if New Zealand gets rained off on Friday, Australia will suddenly be back in a box seat and probably favourites to go through, having, I don't know, I suppose they've only played 2 as well. I know we play Australia on Friday anyway. Interesting stuff. I guess
let's hope the weather's good for that.
I guess our net run rate won't have been hit too bad. That's the one thing.
No.
And Australia pulled back an awful lot, didn't they? They're on -2 now, roughly about -2 from -4.5.
We were plus 0.6, and then we're now probably about plus 0.2.
I thought we were plus 2.2.
Australia are minus 1.5 now.
Yeah, and what are England?
I shall tell you if the ICC have updated.
Well, if that's not what's the one on there? Because I thought it was 2.
England are now plus 0.144.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was plus 0.6 or something like that.
So I guess we got. Yeah.
And Ireland are ahead of Australia in the group, so Australia's still 5th.
Nice. Good for us. Good for Ireland. Right, we're going to get off air because I need to switcheroo all this stuff before the next game starts, and then I got to start driving down. So Jason will play the theme tune, and
good to go.
We're out. See you later. Bye.
Ciao.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Crickets. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan